Good evening and welcome, commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the November 2nd, 2023 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. I'm Tom Bell, Chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission, and will be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts and Cohasset's Wetlands Protection Act and the Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. The Conservation Commission meeting is now in session and is being held on a Zoom platform. If you have questions for the Commission, put them in the Q&A section at the bottom of the page, and when called, please limit your discussion to 3 minutes. You must include your name and address to be recognized. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission is our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and Town Conservation Agent, Charlotte Bechtel. Now take a roll call of the Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Will Ashton?
Will Ashton, present.
Kathy Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Eric Eisenhower?
Eric Eisenhower, present.
Chris McIntyre?
McIntyre, present.
Chris McFarland?
Chris McFarland, present.
Tom Bell, present. Associate Commissioners, please state your name and say present when called upon. Valeria Romano? You're muted.
We have a great photo.
Valeria, there we go.
Valerio Romano, present.
Excellent. So it looks like Sanji is not here. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Just a reminder, Associate Commissioner for the Commissioners and for the audience commissioners. Associate Commissioners are full participants in the hearings, though they do not have a vote. Tonight we have a quorum of 5, and we'll be taking six.
2 Chris's.
I didn't count myself.
Oh.
Okay. Tonight we have a quorum of 6 commissioners. We'll be taking all votes by roll call, with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. What's going on here? Why is my... Hang on while I adjust my screen a little bit. Page, there we go. Okay, our first order of business tonight is approval of meeting minutes for October 5th, 2023. You may only vote if you attended the meeting or watched the video of the meeting and signed off on it. I move that we accept the October 2nd.
October
minutes.
5th.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Here we go. Thank you. Will Ashton?
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower?
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
Chris McIntyre?
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland?
Chris McFarland, abstain.
Tom Bell, aye. That passes 5-0-1. I'm sure Angela is grinning because I got it right. Otherwise, I'm going to get a text any second. For anyone present for the show cause hearing, certificate of compliance for 76 Lamberts Lane, that's been continued until November 16th, 2023. So we will resume consideration of RDA 2319 in Little Harbor, and that's continued from October 19th. I am going to recuse myself from that.
I'm sorry, Tom, you said that was continued from when?
From October 19th.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So Chris McIntyre, you are in charge.
You're muted, Chris.
Sorry about that. I was pulling up the agenda. So this is a continuation of RDA 23-19, Little Harbor debris cleanup. Do we have Miss Perkins to promote?
I don't see her. I will pull up my emails just to see if she's having trouble logging in, but I don't see her in the audience right now. Let me check my email real quick, but do you want me to refresh the commission's memory, Chris, while we're waiting for her, or?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so this is an RDA she is asking for permission to continue cleaning up the lobster trap debris in Little Harbor. She's been doing this for a while, but was recently, educated by the town that this may need a certain level of permitting from the Conservation Commission and other parties. So we worked with her to submit an RDA for this request. But based on our conversations last time, it seems the commission could not come to a decision on this application after much discussion with the applicant and some abutters. But we do have our town council, Alex, on the phone, on the call. He can kind of give some additional clarity on this type of project, since it's a unique submission that we haven't seen. So I guess with that, I can turn it over to Alex unless anyone wants to see the site plans and photos from last time.
Charlotte, if the applicant's not here, is there reason to continue this hearing?
We can technically have the hearing without the applicant, is from what I've learned, and Alex, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, and technically
ideal,
we would need the applicant's permission to continue it.
Correct.
So we probably should.
Try emailing her. Yeah, I was told that we don't technically need their presence for opening then closing the hearing, but for continuing it would, she would have to give her permission. Chris, did you want Alex to kind of weigh in on this?
That's
Yeah.
fine, yeah, sure.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alex Weissite from KP. So I did speak with Charlotte about this project and this application. I think the question before the commission is whether or not this activity of removing the old lobster traps should be subject or is subject to jurisdiction under both the State Wetland Protection Act and your local bylaw. So, regardless of what type of permit is issued from the commission, there will be some other state level permitting that's required as well. So it's my understanding that the Army Corps of Engineers would also have jurisdiction over the project. And given that the town does not own the area where the project is occurring, there may need to be some permission from the state as well. So, all that said, the real question before the commission is this jurisdictional or not?
Thank you, Alex. And I'll just add that the determination form also says this determination does not exempt, the applicant from obtaining any other additional permissions.
So Charlotte, can I ask a question?
Mhm.
Besides for the actual activity,
Mhm.
it's my understanding from the last hearing that that this act takes time, and that's when the buoys and the bottles, etc., are there sometimes under the surface and sometimes at the surface. So are we looking at just the disturbance, or are we looking at something else that has to do with that materials being left in the water?
So her proposal is to remove the debris. So her method, as you summarized, is she ties, buoys and other floatable things to the lobster traps and waits for the tides to slowly pull them up out of the sediment, and will, put them in her boat and cart them off. So that's the main activity. Technically, there's, another, definition the placing of obstructions in the water, which is an alteration under our bylaw. But for the most part, the activity that we're just looking at is the removal of the lobster traps from the bottom substrate.
And
Like-
Charlotte, just to clarify, so the resource area would be land under ocean, right?
I think it's land, well, same land under salt pond, because
Okay,
Little
yeah.
Harbor's a salt pond.
Gotcha.
Charlotte, I guess I don't understand how you can separate the two. I mean, it's disturbance of land under the water, but it's also the leaving of debris in that area or something. I don't know.
So sorry, are you asking about whether or not she does nothing or picks it up? Is that, you're saying the activity of just leaving it there, or just the activity of pulling it up? Because her proposal is to pull it up.
No, I understand, but I mean, this doesn't happen immediately.
Correct, yeah, she
So-
ties it and waits
so-
for the tides.
Right, so during that whole period,
Mhm,
she's leaving this material in
Right.
the resource area.
mhm.
So doesn't that by its own self create some kind of a violation?
I would say I mean, at least per our bylaw, it seems like the answer would be yes, since we partially define alter as the placing of obstructions in the water. But the concern about leaving the boat and everything tied was, a lot of people were concerned about the channel navigation and safety aspect of leaving that stuff in the water. That so that was the main concern. But you are correct of, leaving the stuff in the water and placing the obstructions in the water is like you said, it's an activity that's tied with removing it. So at least per our bylaw definition, the placing of obstructions in the water is an alteration. And then I guess depending on how you look at it, the removal of the lobster traps could be altering the land under salt pond by removing them.
But then any boat that is in the water would be under our jurisdiction.
I don't see anything different from this than having a boat pull into Little Harbor and drop an anchor for 4 hours. It's exactly the same thing. I think this is a ridiculous discussion. I think we should throw this out. I don't think it was the intention of the wetland law to persecute and chase this lady who's trying to do us all a favor. I think this is a bit of madness going on, and that we should throw this out and do whatever we can to move on to the next application this evening. This is trivial, all right? And
But
that's my personal
just to
feeling.
understand what's going on before we jump into dismissing everything, like, is it the method that's the problem or the actual action to disturb the underlying resource? Or I think that's what you were getting at, Chris, right?
I was just wondering if it was both, actually,
It is,
but yes.
well, it is both, but I think the main concern is whether or not the activity, and that would be the boat plus the float mechanisms, plus the activity of removing them, does that constitute an activity that removes, dredge, fills, or alters the resource area? So that's the main question is, that's what the purpose of this RDA is the activity that she's doing of pulling up the traps and, doing the float method, does that alter the resource area? That's what we're deciding.
Is that any
I agree
different?
with Eric, and I think it's a bad precedent to set for other cases.
This is Valerio. I'm going to be really, really brief. I know last time I sort of was more worried about this. I've been giving this a lot of thought over the last couple of weeks, and I completely agree with Eric. I think we should, appreciate her efforts over the last years and move on. But I know I'm not voting, and I'm new, but I completely agree, and that's sort of been my opinion, and that's my 2 cents.
I remember 6 years ago at a Concom meeting, and our former chairman, Chris, said, "You may be right, but what we're talking about is not in the spirit of the wetland regulations. It was not intended to be used this way." And that's exactly, Chris, if I may use not exactly the words you used, But that was the feeling that Chris had, and he was absolutely right in that case. And I think this is the same case right now, all right? This law regulation was not meant to be used this way. You can use this toward people who have lobster pots, boats at anchor, and everything else, and we're just going crazy with this type of thing. Let's move on. I make a
But
motion.
I
Whatever we
guess
do to move
I'm
on.
trying to understand, like,
Sorry,
I thought
Mr.
there was a
Chairman, can
letter.
I clarify something?
Please.
So rather than dismiss the matter, procedurally, what I would recommend is a negative determination of applicability.
Well, my feeling is this, with I think the spirit of what she's doing is we all support what she's trying to do, and the fact is that I don't know how she's doing other than some descriptions. I don't know what the state of her, for anecdotally that some of these lobster pots are 20 years old or older. All the lobstermen that she's contacted are dead, which leads me to believe in my mind that they've been there for a long time. So I have no way of understanding like how buried they are in sediment, if there's muscle growth on them, and that's why I think we need some sort of plan to review for this. And the fact that it's been going on for years is even more reason, because it's not just like a one-time activity. It's like it's something that she's tasked herself with doing over the years, and I think her heart is in the right place, and it's a good effort. But if it was just lobster pots, fresh lobster pots that came in off the storm, and she went and picked those up, yes, I think that would be trivial for us. But in this case, they seem like they're very old, and they take a lot of effort and a lot of time to get up. And we've had input from the natural resource officer. We've heard input from our council. And so I think that it's in our best interest to follow council and come up with a positive determination. But
I don't think council recommended a positive determination, just that.
Well,
we issue-
yeah, I'm not recommending one way or the other. I'm just saying, it's for you guys to decide
Right.
whether it should be subject to jurisdiction, and if so, you would issue a positive. If you don't think it's subject to jurisdiction, you would issue a negative determination.
And can I clarify, like, can we be positive about it, but like, because I thought there was some concern about the method. And could we advise a different method than using the milk jugs? At least I thought I read that.
Sorry, was that a question for me? No.
Yeah, like I thought there was a concern about the method in which the traps were being removed.
Charlotte, how is the activity described in the RDA?
Sure, we do have the applicant Kathy on the phone. Kathy, could you just quickly summarize for the commission once more how you plan to remove the traps? Oh, sorry, you're muted.
I'm sorry I was late. I couldn't get this link to work. Over the last 12 years, I used a number of different things and they all work. I used life jackets, which the neighbors didn't like. That's why I shifted to bottles. I used the big, huge blue barrels, which were confiscated. I used other kinds of, if I could get access to a large white ball float, but those were confiscated. Anything that floats, those seem to be more appealing to the neighbors. I guess, I'm not sure. Nothing is appealing to the neighbors, I don't think. So I just kept switching, hoping that they wouldn't be upset.
And for our clarification as well, could you just describe the state of the pots? Are they buried in sediment when you find them, and do you In your opinion, are you disturbing the natural state of the seafloor by pulling these traps up? Or are you disturbing any resources in your opinion?
I can't speak to that. This is a heavy grit. It's not soft, it's not sand. It's grit, and it's not near, in my view, near where the mussels are growing, 20, 30, 50 feet away. They're submerged in a way so that what might be sticking up is 3 or 4 inches of a vertical, or a piece of rope. That's how I find them. Maybe a piece of rope is lying on the surface, or a piece of grid, the metal grid that makes up, so they're busted up, and the grid might be lying flat and the rest of the trap is underneath. I'm not aware of, I mean, from time to time I find a quahog, but there are no mussels in the area that I'm working in. It's quite distant from that.
Is there any vegetation?
No. Well, yeah, I mean, there's seaweed. That moves around, it's stuck on rocks and it's stuck on chunks of mussel, but the mussels are not permanent. They're not in the mussel, what I call the mussel flats. They're just in a chunk, and if you move them, they move. So no, I'd say there's a little bit of seaweed.
How do you find the traps?
How do I find them?
Yeah, how do you see them in the first place to know which ones to bring up?
Well, some of the metal sticks up. The rope is a real telltale sign. I don't know who this is, but if you were on the call last time, I pulled out 8,000 pounds of rope. I have another 1,000 pounds I haven't gotten rid of yet. So the rope is a fairly substantial part, and the ends of the rope sit on this grid. So you can see maybe 6 inches of rope, and then it's attached, and there's a metal trap, or a grouping of metal traps. Sometimes there are several together.
This is Valerio, sorry. So at lower tides, you sort of just see rope, floating or in the water, and pieces of the trap.
I couldn't quite hear you. The rope is not floating. It's been there so long. Sometimes I have to cut it with a knife, and the knives don't last because the ropes are saturated with sand. So they're heavy. They're weighed down. They're just an end would be lying, across the grit.
Okay, thank you.
I've spoken twice with the shellfish employees. That there have been 2 who've come and spoken to me, and they're both very encouraging. They like that I'm doing it, and they think it's a positive thing for that section of the ocean, or that's what they've said to me.
Okay. Thank you.
Alex, if the commission were to give a negative determination, that wouldn't preclude any of the other state or local agencies that may or may not have jurisdiction from interfering with Kathy's ability to complete her work, which I understand after over a decade is virtually complete. There may be 1 season left of doing this. Even if we were to sort of, butt out and let her finish, would that wouldn't affect anybody else from interfering? Is that right?
That's correct, Valerio. So the determination that the commission would issue either will require the filing of a notice of intent if it's positive, or not if it's negative, but it does not necessarily grant permission for her to do the work. since there are other state level permits that may be required.
Right. Yeah, I mean, a typical RDA, we're ruling on someone doing work on their own property, and this isn't the case. So I think there is a path forward for us to issue a negative determination. I don't know what negative number it would be, so we need someone's help. Chris McFarland, I'm looking at you for to make a motion here, but I'm not sure if that's, you know, if that's where we're landing here.
I should also add that when I spoke at, you know, for 3 years, I was in contact with the Mass Lobstermen's Association, and they were encouraging and said they would be very, very helpful with money, with a dumpster, with labor. They came through with nothing, but they had absolutely no objection to me doing this.
What do you have left for? There's talk that you think you have one year left of this activity. Is that correct?
I was thinking, and I mean, this is rough because it's been a year. I haven't been able to go out there this year. I think I have 12.
12 traps.
Yeah.
And is it like, I don't know what the jurisdiction is, but could we specify a preferred method? Like, because I thought that was part of the concern of neighbors, like, sounds like the barrels might work better than I don't know what method works best, but it sounds like some of the objection was around the milk bottles, right?
Well, there was an objection to pretty much everything I ever used. It just, to me, the barrels are the logical thing.
Mhm.
And I had one blue barrel that was had 2x4s constructed around it, which made it square, and so it was, it had much more uplift because I could tie it down in a square rather than just by one or two sides of a moving circle. So, you know, I mean, whatever works is fine with me. I put my boat out, but that wasn't very successful. You know, I tried everything I could think of.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to issue a -2 determination for this RDA.
If we go with a -2, I would also recommend a -6 for the bylaw as well.
All
What is
right,
the meaning of a -2, Charlotte?
-2 is that the work is in a resource area, but will not remove, dredge, or fill or alter that resource area. And then the -6 determination is under the bylaw that no further review is needed.
Is there anything in there that we can include a condition that it's only for one more year? Can we do that?
Unfortunately, no. Determinations are valid for 3 years, and a -2, and Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, does not allow us to issue any conditions for the work in the resource area. Only a -3 determination in the buffer zone can issue with or without conditions.
Yeah, that's correct.
We do have a butter who would like to weigh in here.
Sure. Do we want to read the?
Well, sure, go ahead. Why don't you read it through?
Okay. And Nina, while we're reading it, I'll ask you to just confirm your address for the record, please. And it says, "This is Nina Hughes in a butter. The issue is the method. The garbage is floating for the entire summer. If the method worked, it wouldn't have taken the entire summer if she could get a group to dig up." And that's the end of it. I'm not sure if she just keeps typing, but it seems like the issue is the method that the 144 Beach Street, and seems like it's the method that the neighbors are concerned about with how long it's in there.
So if we make a -2, we can advise on method.
Correct.
But -3, we could.
-3 wouldn't be applicable because it's not work in the buffer zone. At least that's what the form says.
The motion, we'll have a second?
Berrigan, second.
All right, Kathy Berrigan, second. I'll now hold a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Abstain.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre, I say no. So that's 3-1,
3-1-1.
3-1-2.
1-2.
Does that,
It's a
No.
negative determination.
okay. So that
I
passes.
I don't think it's a 3-1-2 because Tom recused himself, so that's not an abstain.
Okay,
So it's a
That's
3-1-1.
3-1-1.
All right,
3-1-1, okay.
so that vote passes 3-1-1.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy. We'll touch base offline.
I don't know what negative means in this case.
Negative means that under the act and the bylaw, you do not need a notice of intent filing from the Conservation Commission, but I will just note that the determination does state that this determination does not exempt you from any other permissions or permits that you may need to get. So we can talk more about that, but under the Conservation Commission, they're determining that you do not need a notice of intent to file under the Wetlands Protection Act or the bylaw.
I will do my best to make it as concentrated and as brief as possible for the neighbors. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Charlotte, was there anything else that you'd like me to stay on for, or is that?
I feel like we always say no to this and something comes up, but for now, Alex, I think we're good. But Tom and Chris, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I
Tom,
don't.
Chris,
Your page.
all set? All right. Thank you,
All right,
Alex. We
thanks,
appreciate your help.
everyone. Have a good
Thanks,
night.
Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Take care.
Okay, next is a notice of public hearing for RDA 2321. That's at 89 Fair Oaks Lane. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, Cohasset of the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 2nd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for RDA 2321, which is the applicant wants to extend a retaining wall and remove some pavement. Charlotte,
Good
please
evening.
introduce the applicant.
Oh, hi. Hi, we have Carmen Hudson from Merrill Lynch Land Surveyors and Dylan Lancelotti, who's the applicant.
And Charlotte, if you could possibly promote Dylan, who was waiting, as well as John Teriyaki. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Dylan's on the call and I see John in there as well.
Yep.
Okay,
I'm
thank
here as
you.
well.
Thank you. Well, good evening. My name is Carmen Hudson. I work for Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. And I represent Dylan and Melissa Lancelotti, the current homeowners of 85 Fair Oaks Lane. I am joined tonight by Dylan, even though I cannot see him, and John Teriyaki, their architect. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see this plan? So I have existing and proposed conditions on this plan. These are the existing conditions at 85 Fair Oaks Lane. It is a developed residential lot that slopes in a northerly direction. There are no wetlands within the site. However, there is a large BVW off-site. This portion of the border and vegetated wetland is associated with James Brook. We're showing the 100 and the 200-foot riverfront to James Brook. In red, you see the 50-foot buffer zone to the border and vegetated wetland. And in green, you see the 100-foot buffer zone to the border and vegetated wetland. Currently, there is some of the paved driveway that allows cars to go to the back of the residence where there is a garage under. And there is a septic system on site that is also located within the 100-foot buffer zone to the BBW. What the homeowners, the Lancelotis, would like to do is to actually put their garage on an addition. This addition is about 844 square feet. That would allow them to remove this pavement, which is about 2,200 square feet, more or less. There is about 165 square feet of this pavement that is in the 100-foot buffer zone that would also be removed. So they would move their driveway to the front. It would be much smaller than the existing driveway. They would be looming and sitting in the back where the driveway used to be. And in order to achieve this, we are proposing to extend this. You see this retaining wall that ends right there. We're proposing to extend it, and it's going to be about 1.5 feet high. That is in order to allow soft grade to go from the front yard to the rear yard. Because we are putting an addition closer than 10 feet to this existing septic tank, we are going in front of the Board of Health. Our hearing is going to be this Tuesday. So if we were not granted the variance that we're seeking, that is again simply because the addition is closer than 10 feet to this existing septic tank, then we would have to move the septic tank and we will rotate it. We don't foresee that, but that is the other permit that we're seeking to do this work. The amount of disturbance will be 4,900 square feet. And because of the removal of the pavement, there will actually be a decrease in total impervious areas within the site of about 494 square feet. 424 square feet. And at this point, if anybody has a question, I would be very happy to answer.
Commissioners?
Do you have a more comprehensive drawing of this area?
I'm sorry.
Can you show do you have any drawing that shows like the neighbors lots and homes and such? Because when I look online, this cul-de-sac doesn't show. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, yes. So this cul-de-sac was originally, I believe, going to be a common driveway, if not a road. They gain access through the front now, Fair Oaks Lane. The closest neighbor is right up here at the top of this is a 2-tier retaining wall. But I guess the best would be an aerial picture. Charlotte, would you like to?
Yeah, I can pull up near Mac, Carmen, if you would like to stop sharing your screen, I can pull it up so we can see what it looks like.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. So. This is 85. That's a little better.
So the cul-de-sac is under those trees? Is that where it is?
The cul-de-sac is I don't know, you probably cannot see my cursor, but Charlotte is where to the right of yes, where it turns, crossing the property. That's where the cul-de-sac is.
Chris,
Yeah, right there.
Chris, this is Dylan, the homeowner.
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider it a cul-de-sac. It's more of a turnaround that we use. It's just in the site plan, it's circular that looks like a cul-de-sac, but this is really a turnaround that we use.
Charlotte, can you back up in time to show us this image without foliage? Yeah, there you go. Thanks. Any further questions, commissioners?
Can you zoom out just a hair, Charlotte?
Yep.
As we're. So can you draw on this screen, Charlotte?
Not on near map, but if you can see my cursor, the driveway kind of goes like this,
Yeah.
like that, and goes all the way up. So it's really just this little turnaround section right here.
But on their drawing, there's like a big circle at the end.
Well, that's the access easement.
Yeah, Chris, if you, I don't know whether you noticed, but
It's not actually
that,
paved.
that larger cul-de-sac actually had that white picket fence crossed through it. So
Okay.
obviously it does not exist.
Mhm.
Ms. Hudson, that's a paper cul-de-sac, is that right?
Exactly. It provides access, vehicular and pedestrian access to the dwelling, but that is it. It could have been a star, really.
The plan southeast house their property goes up to the north, which looks like that's what the cul-de-sac would have served as, like for all three of those houses in the corner.
Mhm.
Charlotte, you want to back out a little bit, your scale, so we can see what that other, there you go.
So their property could have, goes back into the corner. That's what the cul-de-sac is probably for.
So the extension of the wall is right where those evergreens are? On the edge of the lawn, is that right?
So yeah, it's about where your cursor is, Charlotte. You can see the wall. Yep. So it would be extended, and that shed, it would be going straight towards. Let me see. So that turns around. So yeah, where your cursor was, that's where the extension would be. Yeah, right there. And that shed would be removed, and the driveway would be removed.
So the extension of the wall extends into the 100-foot buffer, is that correct?
Yes, so that is why we are in front of you.
How many feet does it extend in?
Into the closest, so the closest portion of the extension would be where it meets the existing wall. And Charlotte, I believe that was 76 feet.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to pull up your plan again? We can,
Sure, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, so it's 76, you see this is the existing wall. And where the proposed extension
All right.
will meet that is the closest point.
What's that, about 50 feet or so?
No, it's 76.2 feet from the wetland. The 50-foot buffer zone is here in red.
Yeah. No, my question is, you're working in the 100-foot buffer. And,
Yes.
So how much more from there to the south end, planned south end of that, what's that distance?
Okay, so this distance would be 76, minus 100, so
No,
34.
I understand that. I can see the leader. What I'm asking is, from the new wall, how long is it? Maybe that's a better, more
Oh, okay. So let me
straightforward.
see.
It
Way
says
back.
right there, 42 feet.
Okay, so that's pretty minor.
And so this is going to be filled by about a foot, because it will no longer go to 41. It will be at the top at around 42. So it's going to be a fairly shallow wall, maybe 1.5 feet at the highest.
And the one tree, you're gonna lose the one tree?
Actually, no trees will be lost.
Well, you can't-
Charlotte asked us to, so no trees are proposed to be lost. All of the work will be located away from the trees, including the grading. Because that was not something that the Lancelotes were looking forward to doing. It's, they just want their addition. They are just doing the extension of the retaining wall because it's a necessity.
And just so I understand, like looking at those geo maps, it sounds
Mhm.
like all the driveway that wrapped around the back is going away, right?
Yes, so that's why it's removed from these proposed conditions. So this is what it does
The
right
other view,
now.
if you slide over it, it had it on the other view you had, right? The one,
I'm
you
so
scroll to the right, you can see where driveways and all that.
Yeah, so
Like, didn't you have a picture when you zoomed out of your? Oh yeah, okay. So all that goes away?
Mhm.
yes, all of this will go away. And this, it will be replaced with this. So we're removing, right now, there's 165 square feet worth of pavement in the 100-foot buffer zone. So we're removing that. And instead of that, we're putting this 42 linear feet of wall and a little bit of fill.
Could you run your cursor over the 200-foot riparian zone line?
So this is what the 100-foot inner riparian, this is the 100-foot outer riparian.
Okay, thanks. Do we have any further questions?
I just want to
Carmen,
confirm,
just-
looks like- sorry,
Oh, no, go ahead.
looks like you have a small, very small, but there is some fill within the 100-foot buffer. I just wanted to confirm the bottom right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Once again, so this 42 is going to join this existing 42, and you see this 41 right there. This 41 will go away. So this area will be between elevation 42 and 41. That's what I said about a foot of fill here.
And Carmen, just to confirm, there's no work in the 200-foot riverfront, correct?
No, and there's also no grading on, this side of the right side of the wall.
And I think you already did this, but just so I remember, did we add a note that the limit of work will be staked since this is
Yes.
close to the 5,000 square foot threshold for stormwater?
Yes, this is here on note 5 for survey notes, and the calculations of the areas that you had requested is here with the reduction.
Okay, awesome, thank you. Yeah, for the commission's reference, this project is close but does not need a stormwater permit per the proposed work because it's not increasing net impervious by 500 or more and not altering 5,000 square feet.
So Charlotte, it seems like a -3 would be appropriate here, where we can set some conditions here if we have any, which is basically, our standard boilerplate, I suppose.
Yeah, if the commission wants negative, it seems there's no work in the resource area, it would be a -3 for work in the buffer zone with or without conditions, and then a -6 for the bylaw.
Right. Does any commissioner wish to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, issue a -3 determination, -3 and -6 determination with the condition, with our standard conditions. I think that's it.
For an RDA,
What's that?
but standard conditions for an RDA?
Yes. Don't
What
we
are
have,
they?
we don't have any standard conditions? I
No,
thought we did.
just for an order conditions.
Let's make some up on the fly here.
Well, do we have conditions?
Well, I think one of the concerns, since there's going to be a lot of asphalt removed, we just want to make sure that there's a stable construction entrance and appropriate siltation fences. It seems like the major part of this will be construction of the garage and also, but mainly the removal of all that asphalt. So I think we probably want to be assured that there's an appropriate construction entrance with some place for a washout on for any mud that be picked up. And it seems like that turnaround spot looks probably ideal for that. What else might we add? And siltation fences, of course. There is a slope there, so. You already have one there?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes, where my cursor is.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Does anybody else have any conditions that they'd like to see added? So you want to reiterate your motion, Chris?
Well, no, I think the motion's in place and we'll
Okay.
add to that, your condition that appropriate wash down areas should be established to make sure that vehicles coming and going are not tracking material outside of the property.
And siltation fencing up where the asphalt's being removed.
The siltation.
They have the siltation on there, so yes.
No.
And there's a wall,
Mhm.
a permanent wall on the what plan north here, so I don't think we need to add any more siltation protection there.
Okay.
Second,
Yeah, I'll second that. So let's have a vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That passes 6-0.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thanks, Carmen.
Thank you.
Okay. So next is a notice of public hearing for RDA 2322 for 670 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. In accordance with the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 2nd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. The remote participation on Zoom platform for RDA 2322, which is an update to their septic system. Will you introduce the participant?
Yep, so we have Jim Watts, who's the applicant, and Jeff Hassett from Morse Engineering.
Great, thank you very much. Jeff Hassett here, civil engineer with Morse Engineering. I'm here on behalf of the property owners, Jim and Carla Watts. And this project is a septic repair at 670 CJC Highway. Their property is about an acre in size. It's developed with a 3-bedroom single-family dwelling that was built in 1950. And currently their property has 2 cesspools, which are likely original to the home from 1950. And they failed the Title V inspection. So we are proposing to fill in the cesspools and replace them with a new Title V compliant system. It will be made up of a 1,500-gallon septic tank, a 1,000-gallon pump chamber, and that will pump to a leaching field made up of Presby piping. All of the work is outside of the 50-foot buffer with the exception of one small area of piping. And on that note, I'll bring up my screen and show you that area. So the wetlands are shown in blue. The road is at the bottom of the page. The home is here, and they have a detached garage. And we are proposing, currently they have a cesspool located here and another cesspool here. The new work will be the tank, a pump chamber, and a leaching field. And the 50-foot buffer is shown in red. So the only portion within the 50-foot buffer is a small portion of piping along the foundation within an area of lawn. This will be a large improvement as it's replacing a cesspool. And the Wetlands Protection Act does note that Title V systems are presumed to protect all the interests of the Wetlands Protection Act. All of the work is within the lawn and there are no trees to be removed.
Is that it, Jeff?
That's it.
Commissioners, any questions, comments?
No.
This looks pretty straightforward.
I'll note too that the applicant submitted a variance request for just the access through the 50-foot buffer, but as Jeff noted, the work itself is not occurring in the 50-foot buffer.
So can we do another -3.6 on this?
If you find that the work is not jurisdictional under the act and bylaw, yes, it could be a -3 in the buffer zone, with or without conditions, and -6 for the bylaw.
Is that our best course of action, you think, here?
You asking me?
I mean, well, it's a general question. No, not necessarily you.
Yep.
Do any of the commissioners wish to make a motion here? Oh, I'll do it myself then. I move that we issue a -3 and 6 determination of applicability to be issued for RDA 2321. Do I have a second?
Second.
We'll have a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, I.
Tom Bell, aye. This passes 5-0-6-0-0.
Thank you.
And then you need a variance as
Oh,
well.
that's right. I move that to issue a variance for work in the 50-foot buffer.
Second.
Roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, I.
Tom Bell, aye. That passes 6-0-0. Good to go.
All right, thanks again.
Okay, so next is a notice of public hearing for RDA 2323 for Windy Hill Road. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 2nd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on the Zoom platform for RDA 2323. This is related to site grading and retaining walls.
Tom, I'm going to recuse myself on this hearing, please.
Okay.
All right, thank you again. Jeff Haslett here, again with Morse Engineering. This property is for Windy Hill Road. A stormwater permit and an RDA were previously issued for this project, which is a new single-family home, and the project is well along in construction. They're just about complete. There is a wetland on the opposite side of Jerusalem Road, shown here in blue, and the 100-foot buffer zone shown in green goes onto the property. When this project was originally approved, there was grading at about a 3-to-1 slope up to a retaining wall, and that was approved under an RDA. They did make a field change where they, instead of doing a slope up to a wall, they did 2 walls. We discussed it as a show cause item at the last hearing, and we talked about it being an improvement because rather than having a steep slope where you'd have washout and erosion, it creates 2 plateaus of flat areas where erosion is far less likely. At that time, we had submitted this revised plan. Again, we did discuss it as a show cause matter, but the RDA was not submitted with enough lead time prior to the meeting to actually have it advertised properly. So this evening, we're here reviewing the RDA application. This is a new RDA application because the one that was originally approved, the permit had since expired, so we couldn't modify it. And I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. Commissioners, comments and questions?
I have nothing to add.
So also at the last meeting, we discussed the deviation from the order of conditions in the 100-foot buffer. And if I recall correctly, the applicant agreed to plant some large caliper deciduous trees along Jerusalem Road
So we
create.
we did provide a landscape drawing with the new trees above
Yeah.
the wall there.
Yeah, Tom, I apologize. We submitted a plan that included those plants in the legend and they weren't shown in plan view. So Charlotte brought that to our attention this afternoon and we submitted the updated plan showing 3 red maples along Jerusalem Road in this area.
Well, that hardly, one of the concerns was that prior to the sale of this property, the previous owner had cut down all the trees along Jerusalem Road. And we had hoped to see some replacement that at least went a little farther than the 3 red maples clustered together upslope.
Yeah, but we can move those around. Just walking the site, those look like the best area to get them without interfering with the view easement. And then
explain the view easement for us, please.
So there's a view easement going up Windy Hill Road to a house 14 Windy Hill. So if you're if you take if you drive up Jerusalem Road past this one on your right hand side, there's one house behind this one. There's an older house that sat alone on the lot at one time, and there's a newer house further up the road from that. That house, 14 Windy Hill, has a view easement that cuts basically the corner of this garage and then down to Straits Pond. That was created during the sale of that house on Windy Hill, 14 Windy Hill. So we can move. I mean, we can move these maples as far as we can forward towards Windy Hill from where the plan says. I just don't know how much further we could put them and have them actually survive.
So we can see that your first floor elevation is 24.2 feet.
Yeah. And
I'm assuming that you guys have maxed out on right to the height limit, which adds another 40 feet to that. So that's puts you to elevation 64 feet, correct?
I'm not sure offhand, but I mean, it's a tall house. Yeah.
Well, 40 feet plus 24 feet. Sounds like 64 feet to me. So the elevation of the top of your roof is at 64 feet. The elevation down by your retaining walls there is what, about 12 feet, something like that? So those trees would have to get awfully tall to impinge on anybody's view, or not anybody's view, but the view from 14 Windy Hill. Is that correct?
So
they'd have to go 50 feet high before there was any problem.
So the view easement is this area here in the frontage along Windy Hill Road.
Right.
So the house does not block that view easement. And it's a view from you know, from this direction looking back towards Straits Pond across from Jerusalem Road. So these trees, they can get moved down and maybe spaced out a little bit better. Maybe leave one here, put the other one, say here, and then split the difference, put the other one in the middle here. They can't go into this area.
Charlotte, can you bring up near map, please?
Yes, thank you, Jeff. Where did I just put it? Hold on.
I want to back out so we can see where 14 is. 14.
Okay.
14 Windy. I want to be able to see 14 and 4 at the same view.
Is this 14?
No, the next
10.
One more. Yeah.
This one?
Yes.
Okay. So this is this the viewing easement?
Pretty much, yeah. It's like cuts across the right about there.
Okay.
And you said it's 20 feet?
There was no height on it, so I have to reach out to my attorney and figure out what it actually means, but there's no height, it's just a line of sight.
Mhm.
So I don't know what that means as far as height goes, but
So the elevation of 14 is a bit higher than the front yard there. In fact, doesn't your landscape plan show 2 trees in that area that's lighted by?
yeah, we put those in the back of the property because of that view easement. So anything that was on the schedule we planted, we just had to move them around.
Okay. So it appears that at the very least, that the boundary, the shadow there that you can see from the southeast corner of the house to Jerusalem Road would be, that would be outside the area that would impact their view. Until they got 50 feet or 60 feet high.
Yeah, we do have that large stormwater system. I think you can, if you zoom in, you can see the
Yeah, I can see it.
that cover there. So
Yeah, you don't want to be too close to that.
right, and then the other factor, I mean, there is a lot of ledge there. I just don't know. I mean, we
Well,
can
that seems
figure
like
it
you guys filled that. There
Built
used to be a lot of ledge there, but there's a lot of fill now, right?
I mean, a lot of it is ledge. We had to chip out ledge just to get the stormwater system in,
Yes.
which is, part of the reason why we had to do that second wall. But I mean, we can extend those trees down that line as far as possible before we hit that stormwater area.
Yeah, so instead of clustering them, maybe spread them out a little bit, and
Yeah,
I think that shadow line would probably be your eastern boundary where you plant, that wouldn't interfere with the view of 14.
right.
So why don't you guys come back at us with a new planting plan that shows that?
Okay.
So would you agree to a continuance here to the next meeting?
Yeah.
I think I understand fully where you want to put that tree, right at that shadow line. Do you think it could be done as a condition where I'll submit a revised plan to Charlotte tomorrow showing that tree right at that shadow line and then the other one between the two, moving in that direction as well?
Tell you what, Jeff, why don't you put up your plan and show us where you would put those trees? And then you can scale them off and probably give us some idea of where they're going to be.
Yeah, so I think I could move this tree here, right off the corner of the drainage, right in this area.
Okay.
Kind of basically off in front of the porch.
Right.
And then maybe keep that one there and then put the other one directly between them, space them out evenly. So we'll leave that one. We'll put one here and we'll put one in the middle.
Okay, and you're proposing to put in red maple. What caliper are you talking about here?
3-inch caliper.
Can you get any bigger ones?
Probably.
Well, you need to shop around or what? I mean,
what are you thinking, 4-inch?
Well, those are big trees that Mr. Shannon cut down.
One of those, the red maples, is already planted. On the other two, we can modify if that would work.
Which one's already planted?
The furthest one back towards.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I
We could also
leave that one in place.
We could even move it. It wasn't planted too long ago. We could move that forward a little bit if we wanted to get better spacing with the 3 trees.
No, I think that's fine. Jeff, if I understood you right, you were going to move the other two, one down to towards the porch, and then that one that you've got your cursor on halfway in between those the 2 trees.
Yeah. I will note that the planting plan that was originally approved back in 2018 had a total of 18 trees, and this updated plan is 34.
Good. So now it's 37. That's even better.
Well, still 34, but we're spacing them out differently.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. I'd like to kind of set this up so that we see so that we're absolutely certain that this gets done according to what we've just agreed. And ordinarily wouldn't ask for that, but there's been a significant deviation from the last time we had an order of conditions here. So I think you've burned a little bit of your trust.
Okay, I mean, that's all right. We'll come back with that.
Okay, good.
That works.
Okay, so we'll request to continue this to your next hearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Show us where you're going to put them. You're going to put in a minimum of 4-inch caliper trees. All right.
All right. We'll make that change and get back into you before the next meeting. Thank you.
Sounds good. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Next is a notice of public hearing for RDA 2329 for 21 Sheldon Road. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 2nd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on Zoom platform for RDA 2329. Landscaping and usable outdoor space.
I'm Amy Wilson from Amy Martin Landscape Design, and I'm here representing the property owners at 21 Sheldon Road. So I'm going to review what we would like to do, and I will share my screen if that works for you.
Excuse me, Ms. Wilson, could you speak up?
Of course. Is this
Thank
better?
A little bit better.
Let me see if I can fix my audio.
At least a couple of us are aged and our hearing isn't as acute as it used to be.
Is this better?
Amy,
Talking about Tom.
Better now?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay.
Amy, I'll just note we do have the applicant in the audience, but they want to stay there.
Sounds good. Okay, so right now we're looking at the plan that we submitted. So this is the property at 21 Sheldon Road. And I have kind of shaded the area that is not within the 100-foot buffer zone, so we can kind of clearly see the parts of the project that are in your jurisdiction. But I'm going to talk about some of the pieces of the project that are outside of the 100-foot buffer, because some of the work, some of the disturbance kind of flows into the 100-foot buffer. So starting from the top, there is a coastal bank on this side of the property. The retaining wall over here is the top of the coastal bank. We have the 50-foot buffer that cuts through the lawn area on the property, and the 100-foot buffer cuts through this portion of the property. None of the house is within the 100-foot buffer. There is a velocity zone and zone X that is in the patio portion of the property and within the coastal bank. Over here, we would like to rebuild this retaining wall in the exact same location, and a portion of that is within the 100-foot buffer. We'd like to remove the existing deck, which is not within the 100-foot buffer, but we'd like to rebuild the deck in a different footprint, and 14 square feet would be within the 100-foot buffer. We'd like to install a permeable patio where the joints between the pavers would be lawn, So that would be removing lawn and building a permeable patio here. That's 420 square feet. And then we'd like to build a new patio here and install a plunge pool. The pool would not be within the 100-foot buffer, but you can imagine that some of the disturbance would be within this area over here. And then a 49 square foot spa, and then a permeable patio surrounding that area. And there would be also retaining walls holding this up a bit. We are proposing native plants throughout the property, some of which is within the 100-foot buffer and 50-foot buffer. We're proposing northern bayberry, butterfly weed, coneflower, aromatic aster, switchgrass, and sea lavender. And all of this is in already disturbed area. So it's in lawn area or an area where there's existing retaining wall. And then we are also applying for a variance to remove some of the concrete pavers by hand in this area down here and install a wood burning fire pit and a seat wall wrapping around here. So we wouldn't be increasing impervious surface. We'd kind of just be taking up what's there and putting something different in its place. Are there any questions?
Commissioners? No questions, no comments? Okay. Then again, a -3.6.
Amy, just to confirm, there's no work occurring in land subject to coastal storm flowage, correct?
No, correct.
So just buffer zone.
Yeah.
Okay. So Tom, for a negative determination, it could be -3 with or without conditions and -6.
Yeah, I don't have any conditions.
Tom, may I ask a question? I had some problems with my audio, so I missed everything you said, young lady. Could you just point out?
I'm sorry.
It's my problem, not yours, and I do apologize, all right? Could you just point out where the buffer zones are and some of the key things? I'm sorry.
Of course. So no, that's fine. So this red line here is the 50-foot buffer.
Okay.
And the green dash line, which it looks pretty skinny
Yep.
right here, so I'm
Okay.
not sure if it's hard to see, is the 100-foot buffer. And then over here in bold, you can see the VE zone here, and then there's another VE zone here, which we're not near at
That's
all.
fine. That's fine. Could you just review what work you're doing in the 50-foot buffer zone, if any?
Yes, so we would like to remove some of the pavers by hand in the existing concrete patio, which is within the 50-foot buffer. And then
Right.
we would like to install a wood burning fire pit and a seat wall. So we wouldn't be increasing the square footage, just removing some and putting something different.
Okay, all right. Any new plantings in the 50-foot buffer zone?
Yes, we are proposing sea lavender, switchgrass, and rudbeckia.
Are they on our list? Have you checked, Charlotte?
I believe they are on your list. And yeah,
No,
I believe they are on your list, as that's what we usually choose
Yeah,
from.
sea lavender and switchgrasses are, and then sorry, what was the third one, Amy?
Rudbeckia.
Rudbeckia.
Forgetting what that is.
Black-eyed Susan.
Oh, I don't know about that one. Let me double check, but
Since I'm the author of the list, I don't, I did it 6 years ago, so I'm a bit younger then. I don't think the Rudbeckia is on that. I don't think you'd want to have a Rudbeckia there, but
We are happy to take it out of the 50-foot buffer and take it out of the 100-foot buffer if that would be better.
I think we only require the 50, all right?
Okay.
Thank you. What is the Latin name of sea lavender? I'm sorry, not familiar with it.
Limomium latifolia.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mhm.
So the only conditions would be, as you stated, to remove those existing pavers by hand for installation of your proposed fire pit. I do have one more question, and that is the flower bed we were just talking about. Does that already exist, or is it?
It does. It exists.
Oh, okay. So you're just gonna renew it essentially.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay. So that's the only condition I can think of. For that, Charlotte, do we need to issue a variance to work in the 50 to do this small paving? Okay. All right. So do any of the commissioners, or does a commissioner want to make a motion here?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and issue this is an RDA, correct?
That's correct.
So it's a -3 determination, 3 and 6 again.
Mhm.
I will just reinforce the conditions of no herbicides, pesticides, whatever else, Charlotte, is part of that list.
And the plantings to survive 3 full growing seasons. Those are our standard ongoing conditions.
Right, but not for an RDA, right?
Correct, yeah.
So I'm adding it to the RDA.
There you go. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, crafty.
Do I have a second?
Second. We'll have a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, I, sorry.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That passes 6-0-0.
Make a motion to issue a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer. Have a second?
Second,
We'll have a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
an I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That passes 6-0-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Okay. Okay. Next is a notice of public hearing for NOI 2328, 31 Bow Street. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 2nd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for NOI 2328. This is to add, fill, and regrade a rear lawn for flood protection. Charlotte, you want to introduce the applicant?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lindsay, and I'm sorry, sir. What can you state your name? Thank you. And Caroline Reese from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors representing the applicants.
Good evening. For the record, as Charlotte said, my name is Caroline Reese from Merrill Engineers and Landscapers, and I am representing our clients here who are proposing a fill and grading project at their property at 31 Bow Street. We've submitted a notice of intent and variance request for work in the 50. And Charlotte, may I share the screen?
Yes.
There it is. Okay, got it. And okay, can everyone see my site plan here?
Yes.
Okay, so for a brief bit of background, we're at 31 Bow Street. The lot's approximately 1 acre. It's bound by Bow Street to the west, Salt Marsh, and eventually Little Harbor to the east, and private residential properties to the north and south. The topography generally slopes from Bow Street, maybe hits down towards the Salt Marsh. And we are here proposing the work. We are in the 50-foot buffer because since the Havers have purchased the property, I believe in 2019, they have experienced several high flood water events where the waters from Little Harbor have risen on top of their lawn, and at least at one point within a few feet of the rear of the dwelling. So this is a project to try to provide some protection to their home during these extreme flood events. To go over the wetlands, this blue bright line on the edge of the work is the salt marsh. The 50-foot buffer to the salt marsh runs through the dwelling here in green. And also inland bank was flagged along the southern portion of the property. It kind of disappears, comes back here. This is another 50-foot buffer in the front yard. And the 100-foot buffer kind of meets up here. The entire yard property is within the 100-foot buffer to the resource areas. Land subject to coastal storm flowage associated with elevation 12, zone AE, also kind of runs, it's this thicker orange line, meets the house and kind of reappears on the other side of the dwelling. So I don't know if everyone's had a chance to see the video we submitted. I can show a picture maybe. Let me see if I can open this. Just real briefly, this is a picture from a video Lindsay sent. And I believe this was about December of last year. Not a major storm, but the waters, and in the video, the waters are moving pretty fast from the Jerusalem Road Bridge right up to the property. So given this problem or issue, what we're proposing to do is add about 200 cubic yards of fill to the rear yard. And that would be to raise the elevation of the rear yard. All of this work would be located over lawn and try to provide some protection from these events. You can see elevation 9 runs along the rear of the dwelling currently. We are proposing to bring elevation 9, that would be the first dark line here. It's kind of hard to read these colors. Slope the rear yard gradually from just below elevation 10 to 9, then create a 3-to-1 slope just down to about elevation 6, 5, and 6 right in front of the salt marsh. This is all over lawn. It covers a 2,900 square foot area. And we are proposing to cover about 2/3 of it, reseed it back with lawn, and add 900 square feet of native plantings that would be with grass seed between them to kind of reinforce this slope and provide a buffer from the lawn area. And the reason we have this much lawn, we kind of wanted to bring the lawn around this porch that comes out that I showed you, provide a little room for the children, for the ability to maintain the house and to provide kind of a good amount of fill between the edge of the foundation and the floodwaters coming up. That's the main part of the work. They also have requested permission to remove a tree. It's a juniper that's presumed dead at this point. I don't think we've had an arborist look at it right here. And another thing is they have an existing clamshell driveway in the front. They would like to replace the clamshells with either pea stone or gravel, not changing the shape, just a new surface permeable material. And I think with that, I can hand it over for questions or comments.
Commissioners, questions or comments?
Do you have a picture of any of this, Charlotte?
Yes, I can share my screen, Caroline, if
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
that's okay. They're gonna be slow. The photos for some reason are misbehaving, but this is the current backyard, and I'll just slowly go through the photos. And that's what it looks like now. Salt marsh for reference. I don't know if they're still loading, slowly coming through. And this is the cedar. I know it's kind of blurry right now, but this is the cedar they're proposing to remove. And that's the front, and sorry, Caroline, for the front driveway there, were they reorienting it, I think?
No, no, just changing the top material.
Right, from crushed shell to, was it pavers
Stone
or?
or crushed stone,
Okay,
correct. Yeah.
I don't know why some of these are blurry. They're just slow to load.
There we go.
That's it for my photos.
And Carolyn, if you have the video, but just to give you an idea where those chairs are is where, the water can get up to, which is why we're just trying to raise the lawn.
Is it possible to plant a new tree to sort of net the tree that you're removing?
Absolutely.
Yep, not a problem.
Well, ordinarily, we don't allow for removal of dead or live trees from the 50-foot buffer.
I believe that tree is in the resource area.
Oh, is it? Oh, so even more so.
It's on the edge or just within, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charlotte, are you going to show the video? That's
I can try.
that says it all right there in the video.
Yeah, let me pull it up and give me one moment to pull it up in OneDrive. I was
Okay.
trying to do that. Sorry, Caroline, as you were talking,
Oh,
but
no.
my
Well, that's-
OneDrive is
Well,
all
that's
my
coming
photos are
up.
misbehaving.
Could I ask what the first floor elevation of this home is?
The first floor is at about 21. There's a step down, a threshold to that rear porch at about 12, but 21's, 21.3 or so.
That's the first floor?
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking, what are we looking at in the backyard there? Is that a basement that opens out into, I see, and what's its elevation?
Correct. The basement, the threshold to that porch area, I'm not sharing, is elevation 12. That porch is elevation 10.6, I would say. I think it's 10.6.
Can you go back to that picture, Charlotte,
Yeah. Did you want me to pull up the video?
eventually?
Yes.
Oh, there we
Okay.
go.
You have it, yeah, play it.
This is the video.
That was taken this year?
Or 2022.
December of 2022.
How close, I missed the end of it. How close did the water come to the door of your basement? I couldn't see.
The door is elevated, so it's more, I'd say, you can see the door is probably
Yeah.
8 feet above the water.
Oh, that door in the porch?
Yeah.
We have it, the threshold at about 12.7. Does that sound right?
I'm trying to understand by raising the lawn, how are you going to prevent an inundation of your basement? All you're going to do is create a higher level for the water to flow over. You're not creating a barrier or anything by doing that.
Well, the water where it's at now is about, in this video, and this is the most they've had, the edge of water would be about elevation 6.5, 7 there, believe it or not. It's like on the site plan. Or elevation 7 kind of comes around that loose stone planting area in front of that bottom porch. So the fill will be removing 2 steps off that porch. The fill's gonna come up, you know, a couple of feet above the edge of that water.
To what elevation would the fill come?
About elevation 9.5, no higher than 10. And then we're bringing the 9 line down about, depending on the house is angular, you know, about 10 to 20 feet out, depending on where you measure, 25 feet.
I'm just curious, is the tree dying because of the salt water? And then maybe a follow on, like, are your proposed plantings amenable to marshy or brackish? I don't know what the word is. Like, will they survive if it get flooded again like this?
We're proposing salt tolerant plants on the slope. Again, it'll be elevated. The elevation 9 will be at the top of the slope, which is higher than the waters you saw there. So if the waters came to about 7 there, you know, the top, you know, 2 feet of the slope ideally would, you know, wouldn't be reaching water in that storm. And yes, salt tolerant plants with salt tolerant native grass seed in between the plants to try to fortify it as best we can.
Further questions?
I'm just gonna make a comment. This is a temporary fix. You know, expectation is sea level rise up at least to 11. It seems to me that we're talking about a very fragile ecosystem here that that's being impacted for kind of a temporary fix. Your neighbor up the road where Bow Street dumps onto Jerusalem Road there, they've actually elevated their house. They've actually gone that extra mile to not impact the ground plane, but to, you know, take it upon themselves to change the architecture, which is much more in kind of it's just a better solution overall. And I just think that this is first of all, we don't particularly I shouldn't say we, the commission historically has not looked favorably on work within the buffer zone, and certainly being that it's a very temporary fix, I would not be in favor of this project.
Is there anything what's going to keep it in place? Yeah, that's where I was thinking. Besides plantings, is there anything that
could add a jute mesh on the slope, but hopefully the mass of dirt itself is going to you know, keep the waters at bay, so to speak. I know temporary, we don't know when we have estimates of when the flood waters would reach those elevations, but I mean, ideally this would work for decades. It's a big house. It's a very difficult house to lift. It's got a stone foundation. It's in a location, I understand our waters are rising, but the applicants, I believe, would like to try this, and hopefully it gets them maybe decades. Hard to tell, and I understand what you're saying, hard to tell, but the alternative is very cost prohibitive. There's not a lot of room on this lot that's out of the 50. And we're hoping it'll end in a slightly improved situation, because we're going to add 900 square foot, about a third of it will be native plantings and salt tolerant plants.
And I'd also mention that the height that gets at, you know, is it's infrequent, but that's when that river to the side of our house is pumping water and it's high tide. So it actually can't get much higher for the foreseeable future, because once it goes over the road, then you have the entire Little Harbor has to fill. So it's just this little area in front of our house, the 3 houses here, because the road's trapping it when the rivers, if we have a heavy rain and the river's running at high tide. So like that is as high as it gets for the foreseeable future, until they raise, unless you raise the road, and the top of the road is well below where the door of our house is, or that we're just trying to protect the foundation.
I mean, in the basement of your house, you have vital systems, heating, plumbing, all that in the basement?
Yep.
So all that's downstairs?
Yep.
Okay. Because what's happened increasingly in Cohasset is that the houses have been raised and they have a flow through at the ground level, and the vital systems have been moved up to the floor above. So the homes nice homes like this, can survive the expected inundation of the next 5, 10, 20 years. That happens on Hobart Lane, it happens on Atlantic Avenue, and I'm sure on Jerusalem. And that eventually, as Chris was saying, you're going to have to face that, because if you raise it 2 or 3 feet, you're still going to have the problem in the future. It's a short-term fix.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong, I'm not an expert, but it seems that way.
And when we first bought the house, we moved from the West Coast, from California, for my husband's job, and the realtor that we used actually told me that I was able to put a pool in our backyard. That was my one request. I said, "Listen, I want to."
I hope it was a saltwater pool, wasn't it?
So it
Yeah.
was. So I was
Nature
told I
took
could-
care of that.
Yeah.
I was told I could put a pool in the backyard, and there were plans for it. I was never told there was this big of an issue with the flood. So I just want to protect, I'm here to protect the yard. I'm not here to make cause issues or anything like that. But I did not know when I bought this house that there were any sort of going to be issues like this having to, when it cause problems or that's sorry. I just wanted to let you know that our realtor did tell us.
I mean, we're hopeful it'll be a 50-year fix. I know I'm being optimistic, but I feel like I know it's filling the 50-foot buffer, but it's.
I think, my concern is that we could have a hurricane in a year. And even if any of this planting isn't really well established, this work will all just wash right into the salt marsh. And so, the idea that this fix is unknown is what the concern is. I mean, it's one, we don't know if it's actually going to protect your house. And two, we don't know what the impact's going to be on the salt marsh. And that's what we're really here for, is to look at the wetlands and say whether or not we're protecting it or not. I mean, Charlotte, this is, I mean, unless I'm mistaken, this is kind of cut and dry, right? This is a large fill area within the buffer, is it?
It's also partially in land subject to coastal storm flowage.
Yeah.
And I'll note that while the Wetlands Protection Act doesn't have performance standards for adding fill to this resource area, our rules and regulations are stricter. But yeah, for the 50-foot buffer, it's a fill project. That's what they're proposing with the mitigation plantings.
But I guess the alternative is to continue to let, the flood waters, they're really encroaching on the foundation and damage the home.
Yeah, I mean, another approach is also just to plant marsh grass. Marsh grass would survive, and it would, it's more appropriate, and it would, it's helpful for, mitigating that sort of situation.
You mean on top of the fill? Because the fill's needed to kind of raise.
That's my question. I don't see how fill, without changing anything in the house, is going to stop water from getting to your foundation, because the water's just going to sit there, go into the ground, and push right against your foundation. But I think Tom is more of an expert in groundwater flow than I am, but that's what it seems like to me. I don't see how it's gonna fix anything at all.
Well, this is for extreme events and the water's only there for a short period in high times. I think the hydraulic conductivity would not. And that's why we're proposing so much fill would stay away from the foundation. We're protecting against extreme events, short period of time at high tides, but it gets there. So I think the volume, the penetration rate would not be sufficient enough for the waters.
Yeah, but the groundwater from when you're that far from the salt marsh, it can't be that far down. So it can't take that long for all the soil to be inundated, right? Tom, you know better than me, I think.
Guys.
Yeah, I would say that there are alternatives here. We talked about some really expensive ones, and that's probably off the table for a while anyway. Probably the best alternative is nothing. You don't do anything here. When you put a couple of 100 cubic yards of fill in there, all it'll take is one storm with a bit of a northeast wind, and it's going to erode your 3-to-1 slope pretty quickly. It's going to eat it like cheese. And a lot of that fill is going to end up on the salt marsh. Now, it's my understanding that the onus is on the applicant to demonstrate that that can't happen. First of all. Secondly, I don't see how this is going to protect anything, actually. It's going to create a situation where if you get an 11-foot storm tide there, this fill's not going to do anything. It's not going to change a thing. Now, it is a velocity zone there. The elevation is 12 feet. Fortunately, your basement is higher than that. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be able to get flood insurance or any insurance. You know, all of us within 2 miles of the coast now are wondering whether we're going to have home insurance in 5 years from now. And quite possibly we won't unless the state provides it. So there's a lot of issues here that I think some of the people in town are considering. That's why we see houses being raised here, Hull, Situate. But again, that's a really expensive thing to do. And in my opinion, the best thing to do is nothing here. Maybe, as Chris McIntyre suggested, replace your lawn with Spartina, because it's going to have deeper roots. It's going to hold the existing soil in place so that you don't have an erosion problem. And it's certainly not going to die when it gets flooded with salt water.
Just to correct, this isn't a velocity zone, it's zone AE
Oh,
here.
okay, AE, sorry, yeah.
Yes, yeah. And the highest flood they've seen was coming up to about elevation 6.5, 6.7 that they've seen. So I know do nothing, but raising it several feet above that in a way, I feel that it would provide some protection from the foundation and hopefully protect it.
The FEMA number is 12 feet. So if you haven't, in the short term time you've lived there, if you haven't seen a 12-foot tide, I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, but the FEMA flood zone is 12 feet.
Right.
And in fact, the town had a grant, and we did a fairly extensive study on what storm surge would do to this town. And 12 feet's probably a gross underestimate for a hurricane.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Jerusalem Road culvert maybe slows that down. I haven't studied it, but maybe that's why it's not so high. But right now I feel like I understand your point. It's a tough situation because this would be a very difficult house to raise. It's got a large floor print.
Yeah.
It's got a stone foundation. They have young children. They have water coming up in certain events, and it's a little scary. And if we can keep that at bay for a while.
Well, I don't imagine most parents would let their children run out in a nor'easter or a hurricane into the backyard and play. So I don't think that's
Well,
issue.
Kids can, you know, they want to kind of protect their yard, and I'm sure it's scary keeping floods away. I do understand the issues here. I just, it's a tough situation.
I just don't see any protection here.
Plus, the big issue is that we have bylaws that we have to follow, and I don't think there's a way around our bylaw in this.
Carolyn, for the rules and regulations, section 31, I know you had sent in some responses. Do you want me to pull that up, or would you want to summarize that for the commission? And I know you, in your letter, you said that the wetland scientist had no additional comments, but the commission did, you know, recommend looking into potentially planting the Spartina marsh grass. I don't know if that's something that maybe the wetland scientist could weigh in on, of, you know, if that would help or not help, or that information might be helpful. Just, you know, since we're evaluating this project and whether or not it has an adverse impact on the salt marsh. So alternatives, I think, here are kind of critical to look at before we make a decision.
Are you talking salt marsh on fill, or just salt marsh as is?
Salt marsh, like if you were to enhance the 50-foot buffer with native plantings and salt tolerant species, you know, the Spartina, the commission's suggesting, might stabilize that yard area a little bit more. When I was out with Lindsay on the site, from one of those photos, I don't know if you guys could see, there definitely was some erosion of the grass right at the edge of where the marsh started and where the yard ended. So, you know, that's where you had suggested the native plantings, but maybe a heftier buffer of native plantings could potentially be an alternative, but I'm not sure if it's worth discussing a little bit further with the wetland scientist, or, you know, but, you know, as we already talked about too, with our rules and regulations, I don't know if you kind of want to summarize your responses to that, or.
Sure, I'm trying to find that. I know, you know, that's a 31. I have it here in my file. I print out. I don't know how much that. No.
I can also pull it up if that's easier.
Let's see. No, I got it here. So
Okay.
31. What did I say? During extreme high tide storm events, Little Harbor's rivers into the rear of the dwelling. I guess trying to summarize, we've talked about this. Why it's significant to protect the interests of flood control, erosion control, and storm damage prevention on site. This part B was to improve the protective characteristics of the floodplain by creating a buffer between the dwelling and flood waters during extreme form flood events. That was compensatory flood storage capacity is not necessary for land subject to coastal storm flowage. We mentioned that the work would not impact the neighbors by diverting flood waters necessarily, because that neighbor to the south is, although we can't access the property and survey it, at a much higher elevation, and the other neighbor is over the property lines over to the north of over 150 feet away. And that relatively the spill area, considering the lot's an acre, it's a very small area within the property. So we're talking about, you know, changing the flood boundaries, that we feel like this would be just a small portion of fill around the dwelling that wouldn't have a significant impact on the flood boundaries. Sorry, I'm kind of paraphrasing here because it's a page and a half. So I think that hits the gist of those points, but you know, we're just trying to protect this beautiful dwelling.
There's nothing you could do here that would change the water level in Little Harbor.
No,
It effectively
but we're
has
hoping we
infinite
can
volume.
Correct, but we're hoping by adding fill, we can keep on those extreme events, water away from the foundation.
So I'll just say my primary concern here is there's two things. One, we generally don't allow fill within the 50-foot buffer. And even if we did, my real concern would be that fill has the potential, especially with a 3-to-1 slope. I don't care what you plant on it, with it, or how much burlap you put there. During a nor'easter, if that's going to erode pretty quickly, and it's going to end up in the salt marsh. I think you've already had communications with DEP, and they expressed their concern, that was their major concern, that there be no adverse effect on the salt marsh. We don't want to run an experiment here. I think it's very likely that the fill would erode. And of course, then you can make the argument, well, we can replace it. Well, yeah, then it just does it again. So I think stabilization with native plants is your best bet here to prevent erosion, which could make the situation worse. If you do even get erosion of the existing backyard, which is entirely possible, you do want to stabilize that. You don't want to lose what you've got. But adding another 2 or 3 feet, 200 cubic yards of fill, I think, is not an effective solution. Quite the opposite.
Could I request that this be continued and we can maybe review those suggestions?
Sure.
I mean, I don't mean to stop the conversation.
No, I think that really the burden is on the applicant to present us with a plan and even alternatives to that plan. And
How often would you say that condition that the video was showing occurs per year?
That was the first time in 4 years.
So it's an extreme event. And
it was higher than that in 2018.
I mean, it's just the East Coast. I mean, we have towns, people all over Situate, Cohasset, Hull. You just have to be prepared for that sort of thing. And a lot of people, have to wheel out sandbags and protect their house during those events with sandbags. But to have everyone filling their lawns permanently in these locations I just don't think it's I don't think it's the right path forward, unfortunately.
Ms. Reeves, maybe you could consult with a coastal engineer to look at this.
A wall wouldn't be probably a welcome.
Well, a wall close to the house would be. If the real issue is protecting the foundation, we might look differently at a wall that protected the foundation. I mean, as I read the application, one of the major justifications here was to protect the house.
It is.
And so there's an alternative to 200 cubic yards of fill, and that might be a wall. I don't know how the other commissioners feel about that, but protecting the house is quite different from putting in a big lawn in your backyard.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the sandbags. I don't know what it would take in terms of how many you would need to protect a house this large, but if it's
or even to find somebody to do it on short notice. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom, I personally feel that looking into a wall with a respective hydraulic engineer who's done this thing before would probably be worthwhile doing. All right. I don't know what would come from it, but there's a lot of expertise in Situate, Marshfield, and in this area of people who've done a lot of work trying to save their big asset in their life. All right, which is their home in this area of the world. And a lot of work's been done in Duxbury and Situate and Marshfield. And there's got to be people there who know a lot more about these walls and how their effect on the environment and the wetlands than we do here. All right. So I think that would be a worthwhile place for you to spend some effort in getting some research and get some technical assistance right now.
So I would say if you want to continue, unless the other commissioners have additional questions at this time, I would say that yes, a continuation would be a good idea.
Can I mention a wall would probably involve some fill behind the wall, but
Don't know.
much smaller.
No idea.
not necessarily.
Yeah. That's not our area of expertise.
Behind it, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll look into.
I mean, I think you have to be hopeful. You have to be open-minded. There may be
Yeah.
something out there. And there's a lot at stake here for this family.
There
And
is.
I don't think you want to shut off any avenue of exploration. And
Mhm.
open mind and be positive and hopeful.
Mhm.
Keep in mind that a wall would need to be pretty close to the house to be approved.
Well, I appreciate your time and we'll continue and regroup by,
So we need to put a date on it, Tom?
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up.
So we have
Ms. Reese,
November
when-
16th and, oh, sorry.
When might you think you'd be ready to come before us again?
I'm imagine, I'd like to talk to the applicants. I think you'd need something within a week for the 16th. That may be a little
So maybe we should.
aggressive, so maybe a month. I 2 meetings out, please.
Okay.
Would that be all right?
I believe that's December 2nd. Hold on one sec. Let me just confirm that date. But yeah, November 16th is our next closest meeting. And then, sorry, I'm just pulling up our schedule here.
Did you?
Yeah, no, I'm away the first.
December
and fourth.
7th. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think.
So yeah, there's November 16th, December 7th, and December 21st. Those are our last 3 meetings for the year.
Is the December 7th meeting crowded? Or do we have?
We don't have submissions for that one yet, but November 16th has, I believe, 6 or 7 hearings.
December 7th is not a lucky day.
No.
If Caroline and if you and the applicants want to, initially continue to the 16th, and then if that doesn't work, feel free to, let me know in writing if you need to push it back.
I think maybe the 7th is.
December
reasonable.
7th.
Okay, at this point. Thank you. I appreciate your consideration. I know.
You're welcome.
Tough house.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Next is a notice of public hearing for NOI 2326, 145 Beach Street. Not very far away, actually. In accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 2nd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for NOI 2326 landscape improvements. Charlotte, will you introduce our applicants?
Yes, so we have Rick Grady from Grady Consulting, and I don't see the applicant, Mr. Howland, unless they want to raise their hand, but I don't see them in the audience. Hi, Rick, can you hear us? You're muted.
And my video was off as well, so sorry about that. Thank you, Rick Grady from Grady Consulting. Is it okay if I share my screen here?
Yes.
There we go.
I'm
This is a
sorry,
project
could you repeat the address on this again, please?
Yes, 145 Beach Street.
Okay, thank you.
And the applicants are Robert and Samantha Howland. This is an existing home at number 145. I'll zoom in a little bit here for you. We're working with Tricia Van Buskirk, who's the landscape architect for this project. They have an existing pool area in the back of their home in this area here. Basically what they're proposing is some renovations to the pool area and some landscape improvements. The existing pool located right here, existing house in this crosshatched area here. There's a piece of ledge adjacent to the pool area here with a walkway and railing heading down towards the water. There's an existing fence adjacent to the proposed erosion control in this area here. Wetland was delineated by John Zimmer, October 27th. We have 12 flags depicted here underneath the blue line. We do have a FEMA zone AE, which is at elevation 10. Our 25-foot setback to the flagged wetland resource area, 50-foot wetland setback on this highlighted green line here to the wetland resource area. 100-foot buffer zone extends up into the pool area. What they would like to do is retain the existing pool, renovate this concrete patio adjacent to the house, install a grill area on that existing patio. There's another existing patio in this area here that they would like to remove, install a fire pit and some paving stones or some blocks of bluestone surrounding that fire pit. Add some stones for a walkway in this area here between the fire pit and the existing renovated bluestone patio here. And then add a few stepping stones in this area here. All of the work is within the existing fenced pool area. I do have a blow up of this same area here. So in a little more detail here, here is the kitchenette here or grill area here, a small retaining wall. We are proposing a slop drain in front of the new grill, and that'll collect any runoff off the existing patio, divert it to a dry well in the bushy area here. Tricia has also provided a full planting plan. So everything is outlined for what she's proposing. There's a little bit of repeat with the hardscape that we had shown on our plan here as well. She's got a number of plantings adjacent to the existing pool area. Again, she's showing the stepping stones, small retaining wall adjacent to the existing patio here on top of the ledge. She's also depicting this existing walkway where the railings will be removed. I'm gonna jump over to a demo plan here for just a minute, where she's noting to remove the railing to the lower lawn over the ledge area. There is a Japanese maple here she's proposing to remove, and remove the stepping stone patio, which I referred to earlier here as well. Access for the proposed construction is going to be through the existing garage. They have doors on both the front and the back of the existing garage. So we will not need to access adjacent to the wetland resource area in this area here. All access will be through the garage and around the existing pool area. Erosion control is proposed right up against the existing fence, which we're retaining. Stormwater, we actually do not trigger any stormwater threshold. We provided a summary for that. The total area being disturbed is 1,250 square feet. The parcel is currently developed. It's single-family residence. And the impervious increase here is really the stepping stones and the blocks around the fire pit. It's about 150 square feet, so it does not meet the threshold for stormwater approval. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners,
You mentioned removal of the concrete patio, and what would that be replaced with?
So that's this patio area up in this
Oh, no,
area here.
the one closer to the house, that one there.
Oh, okay, bluestone. So they want to change the surface of that patio from concrete to bluestone.
Okay, and the railing on the ledge is being removed, but the ledge is not being removed?
Correct, the ledge stays.
Okay.
Mr. Grady, are you proposing to do anything that in areas that are not previously disturbed?
No, everything's within the existing disturbed area, within the existing fenced area.
Can I ask you to pull up the planting plan again, please?
Sure.
Could you zoom in on the schedule for me, please?
Yes.
Thank you. No one has any comments. I'll make a motion.
Well, I was waiting for you to weigh in on what you thought about the
No,
plant
I'm fine.
plan.
I'm fine with the plant list.
Okay.
I was gonna check my audio.
Dead air. Sure, Chris, make a motion.
This is an NOI, correct?
That's
Yes,
correct.
it is.
So Tom, can I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
Okay, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions, which include our boilerplate, and I have no other additional conditions.
You have a second.
I second.
We're going to have a roll call vote then. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre abstain.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That vote passes 5-0-1.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, we also need a variance for
Oh,
the
yes, right.
work in the 50.
Right.
Are we in the 50?
Partially, it's I don't know, if it's better to show the, yeah, thank
Couple
you.
steps there, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, just that, those stepping stones?
Correct.
Yeah. So I moved to issue a variance for work within the 50 foot wetland buffer.
I'll second.
We'll have a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre abstains again.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That passes 5-0-1. Good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Okay, so it looks like we are now on Nichols Road. Notice of public hearing for NOI 2327, 68 Nichols Road. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 2nd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on the Zoom platform for NOI 2327, add a pool, patio, and pergola.
Good evening. My name is Xander Oram. I'm here with Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors representing Stephen and Faye Brand for their project at 68 Nichols Road. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen real quick.
And
So-
Xander, I don't see the applicant unless they want to raise their hand, just letting you know.
Yeah, they're not able to join. They're in the UK. So
Gotcha.
they would love to join, but it is 2 a.m. for them. So
Yep,
I didn't
understandable.
feel a need to force them.
No.
All right, so this is 68 Nichols Road. It's a 1.4 acre lot, and it contains a single family home, detached garage, paved driveways, an impervious patio in the front, as well as various hardscaping and landscaping across the site. The lot contains salt marsh in the back of the lot, which extends with its 50 and 100-foot buffer zones up through the back of the lot. And it also contains several stretches of coastal bank, which were delineated and approved by a order of resource area delineation about a year ago. So portions of the existing dwelling driveway and patio are within 50 to 100 feet of several of these coastal banks. And about half of the existing dwelling is within 100 feet of the salt marsh. So pretty much what the homeowners are proposing to do is basically rehabilitate and slightly expand areas of their existing patio in the front, as well as add a 9 by 16 foot plunge pool and a 10 by 18 foot pergola. And so all of the work will be within areas of previously disturbed area. And most of the work will be on, most of the new impervious patio will be over existing impervious patio. And the areas where there will be slight expansion is right here. This patio extends up to this proposed retaining wall, which is a 16-inch wide by 14-inch tall stone wall. And then there's also a slight expansion of patio right here, and then another slight expansion of patio here. And then the rest of this hatch is patio that's just being rehabilitated over the existing patio footprint. So overall, there will be about a 404 square foot increase in impervious area and about 2,200 square foot total disturbance, which puts us under the threshold of requiring a stormwater permit. And so about 41 square feet of the proposed impervious increase will be within 50 feet to this coastal bank here. And we did apply for a variance for this because we believe this is a special case in that the existing dwelling is already located between the work area and this coastal bank resource. So because of that, we don't expect any adverse effects from this slight 41 square foot increase in impervious. And then lastly, construction access will be through this existing paved driveway and over here towards where the pool and new patio area will be. And we are proposing a silt sock, which will prevent any construction related runoff from entering the resource area. And that is it for me, if there's any questions.
Commissioners, questions and comments?
Nope.
Can you just, I'm sorry, one more time, can you just run your
Yeah.
cursor at the limit of work here?
Sure. Yeah, so I have a red dashed line just going around this area, and it goes around here because there may be some changes in the plantings here.
Okay.
Oh,
okay. All right.
Yeah.
Xander, sorry, could you just clarify the overall increase in impervious in the 100 and the 50-foot buffer from the original, the current patio and everything?
Yes, so the total, so I actually have a table over here that'll make it easier. So between the 50 and 100 foot buffer to the coastal bank, it'll increase by 363 square feet.
Mhm.
And in the 50-foot buffer, it'll increase by 41 square feet. And
Thank you.
there will be no increase in the salt marsh, in the buffer to the salt marsh. We're just outside.
And Mr. Chair, we have a comment in the audience, but I'll just ask that the person please state their address for the record. But do you want me to read the comment?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Pam Ireland, and Pam, could you please confirm your address for the record? She's asking, can you elaborate on the pool location and its impact on the neighbors?
So the pool will be within existing patio area, and it's it'll be a small pool. It's only 9 by 16 feet. So really there should not be any impact on the neighbors in this area. I'm not sure what your address is at the moment, but
She
this area
is
is pretty
66. Oh, sorry, Xander, to interrupt you. She's 66
Yeah, go
Nichols
ahead.
Road. She's in front of the property.
in front of the property. Okay. If you're concerned about visibility, you should not be able to see it because this is a pretty sunken down area. This is a about 9 foot tall retaining wall that currently exists on the site.
Okay, and she's saying this is her backyard. So like her backyard is looking at this.
Okay. Yeah, if you're concerned about visibility, I don't believe this is purposely proposed to be a pretty private area. Like they wanted to keep it all within kind of behind this retaining wall so that they'd have privacy.
And there's another question that says, how many feet is this pool from the right-of-way line?
I don't have that number on hand, but I'd be happy to get it to you in the future.
Can you make a rough guess?
Yeah, I don't have the number. I could make a rough guess.
Yeah. Get a scale here.
So the right-of-way, it looks
scale.
like, yeah.
Yeah, 20. So I want to say maybe 60 feet.
You're looking,
50, 60.
this is a PDF, is that right, Xander?
Yes, but it's to scale.
Yeah, well, the PDF has a measuring tool.
That's news to me.
Okay, well, anyway.
Taught me this too.
And anyway, 60 feet's probably not a bad estimate.
Yeah, and I can provide the exact number if it's desired.
Okay, they're guessing it's about 30 feet, but yeah, if you could provide the number at some point, I can relay it to the abutter.
It's
Sure.
it's
Back up a
obviously
little bit so we can see the scale bar and the drawing.
Yep.
Maybe that'll help us a little bit.
it's
Sure.
obviously more than 30 feet because the pool's 16 and there's at least
Yeah,
3.5 pools if
yeah, and
not
that, and
4.5.
and the length of the scale bar is 40 feet, right? Or is it 50?
Usually
It's-
do 1 to 20, right? 1 inch.
Yeah, this is a
20.
20 scale.
It's
Well,
20,
yeah,
20,
but
20.
that scale bar is 40
And
feet.
it goes to 60.
It's 60.
Yeah,
Okay,
kind
well,
of see right there.
The
Close it
three
back out.
sections.
okay, so it's at least 60, if not more. Might be closer to 80.
Pretty close.
Further questions? Do any of the commissioners wish to make a motion? I'll do it then. I move to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions for NOI 2327 with the following conditions, which would be our normal boilerplate for an NOI plus the swimming pool conditions. And a reminder that emptying swimming pools is has to be done with a tank truck. You can't just dump it on your lawn.
I think
Beyond that, do we have anything else that
I think you can dump it on your lawn as long as it infiltrates into the ground, right? You just can't dump it down a storm drain or down the road, right?
yeah, I think you can dump it as long as you let it sit for a certain amount of time without adding chlorine. Then you can.
Correct.
So
that's
that-
right.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. That's right.
So
I'd
the only other condition, because the neighbors are concerned, I would make sure that whatever this, whatever the path of travel is, there needs to be a wash down area. So that
Yeah.
trucks are clean before they leave the site.
So, Xander, could we add a wash down area to the site plan as a condition?
Yes. Yep.
I'd be concerned about discharging so close, pool water so close to Little Harbor. But if it does meet the water quality standards and it's done slowly, it's probably fine.
Yeah, we have a, condition 52 that lists all the BMPs for pool maintenance. And if a COC were to be issued in the future, I would highly recommend that be an ongoing condition.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Good. Do I have a second?
Second.
We'll have a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That passes 6-0-0. Do we also need a variance to work in the 50 there?
Mhm. In the previously disturbed 50, but yes.
Yeah, so, yeah, I make a motion to issue a variance to work in the previously disturbed 50-foot wetland buffer.
Second,
I'll have a roll call vote, starting with Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That vote passes 6-0-0. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I noticed this a minute too late, but the same abutters commenting, I understand that this is a set of questions around conversation, but this is a steep property and this would have significant runoff to the harbor. Sorry, that was in the middle of when we were making a motion.
Yeah, well, I just point out that there are erosion controls in place to address that.
Okay, and Xander, any additional last minute comments on the steep property that might have a significant runoff to the harbor?
No, not really. I mean, we do have the erosion control, which is, the typical erosion control that we use, and it's what's generally approved by conservation to prevent runoff to the resource area. So I think I don't see any issue here.
Okay, and yeah, for a pre-construction visit, which I normally do before the start of every project, if any additional erosion controls are needed from what the site plan requires, we can definitely modify it on site and do anything we can to mitigate erosion sedimentation other than what's required per plan. So sometimes every site is different and we have to make those modifications on the site.
Okay. So moving right along to the notice of public hearing for
Thanks, Xander.
an ANRAD 2329 at 48 Lambert's Lane. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 2nd, 2023, at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for ANRAD 23-29. And this is to confirm the recently, I believe, delineated wetland boundaries.
This time I remembered to unmute.
And Rick, I don't see the applicants online, but if they are in here, feel free to raise your hand. Otherwise, doesn't seem like they are here.
Very good. This is a existing house at 48 Lambert's Lane. The house is set back quite a bit off Lambert's Lane. Lambert's Lane is on the bottom of the screen here. We have a lawn driveway approach to the existing home. Existing home is located here. Septic system to the rear. There's a number of ledge outcroppings to the back of the house and also to the side of the house. We have a wetland resource area delineated by John Zimmer, South River Environmental, as depicted in the flags along this highlighted blue line here. The associated 50-foot wetland setback and 100-foot buffer zone. There's also a bit of FEMA flood zone within the wetland area at elevation 31, depicted in this light orange line, which corresponds to the wetland line pretty much through the whole edge of the property here. We're just asking the commission to confirm the 26 or so wetland flags that were depicted here. The applicants they want to begin design of a pool area to the back of the house. And they just want to make sure they clearly understand the limits of the 100-foot buffer zone and wetland resource areas. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
What is this wetland?
Is a BVW, and I can zoom in on the, sometimes I get mixed up between CAD and PDF here. So it's a wetland. Actually, I can take a look at the There's a perennial stream about 300 to 400 feet from the edge of this property. And you can see it lightly on this USGS map here. I believe it's depicted on an application that went to the commission a year or so ago here for Turkey Hill Run.
Yep.
And on the neighbor's property at 34, it actually runs right behind the existing house. And then it veers sort of away from our client's property here.
Okay.
So it is a BVW associated with the Turkey Hill Run.
Mr. Grady, could you comment on the, you want to scroll down so we can see the wetland delineation?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm curious about this wetland delineation that crosses contours. So the lower part is consistent with more or less with the a single contour, in other words, it's level. This one goes up the hill and then it looks like it's curved back. We don't see what it does after flag 26, it looks like. But what's going on here? How do we have this wetland that is seemingly perched on the side of a hill? Have you been out there?
I have. It seems to have a lot I didn't do the delineation. Our wetland scientist, John Zimmer, did it for us, so I will qualify that. It is an area of poor soils, and I suspect it follows the soils that exist in the area. This particular area does flatten out to a more gentle slope. It doesn't seem to come up the steeper slope in this area here. So I believe it has something to do with the glacial deposits and how it kind of follows the level area within the wetland resource area there and the gentler slopes in this area here, and doesn't tend to, I think the ledge probably prevented this from being flat and wet.
Yeah, so I took a look at the elevations and stuff, and it looks, all of this looks pretty good to me. I'm just a little surprised that it's it does climb up the hill, but I don't have any reason to doubt that.
And I believe Charlotte did meet with John Zimmer on site, and I believe they reviewed the line as well.
Yeah, we did walk the line, and I had the same questions as well about why the whole BVW wasn't delineated on the site, because, you know, to try and imagine it, it would, you know, of course, be involved in the southern half of the property to a certain point. So, and Rick, correct me if I'm wrong, but because the applicant is just looking to see if any future work in the back of the home would be warrant to the commission's wetlands jurisdiction. I can't speak for stormwater here, but that's why really the wetland was only partially flagged here. So John Zimmer did recommend if the commission were to issue an ORAD, an order of resource area delineation, that they should consider only the flags on the applicant's property, and that with an acknowledging that these are the only flags that would be approved, and so any future work or activity in the southern half of the property would still need a full delineation, including whether or not there's a presence of riverfront or other resource areas and buffer zones.
So we agree with that as well. I do think
So in a way, this is kind of like a partial ANRAD for a portion of the property.
it is. It's a fairly large property at 175,000 square feet, so about 4.5 acres or so, about 4 acres. I think if this had been extended, it probably would have roughly followed this 42 contour, wrapped back into the neighbor's property right about there, had we extended it.
Yeah, judging from the abutting properties delineation, it does seem like that's roughly where it would go. And then a portion of the outer riparian zone may or may not be crossing into the lower half of the property.
Yeah, I was just looking at that in my CAD here actually too, and we do have the CAD in here to scale. And I was actually just dropping a couple of 200-foot circles on the riverfront area here. Actually, Yeah, it's pretty far away.
Okay. It's
So-
just weird if you look at the 34 Lamberts Lane site plan, like most of that property is within the inner riparian zone. And I understand it's obviously a little bit further up and closer to right up against the river, whereas this one's further away. But if you kind of look at the 100-foot line, you know, if you go kind of towards the, you know, if you were to draw another 100 feet out, it may or may not potentially nick like a small portion of the parcel on the bottom. But again, I know you're just asking for a partial delineation in a specific area on the property.
And Mr. Grady, would you bring that last map up that you showed, the USGS?
Oh, sure. Yeah, and actually, I was just gonna show, they had sort of sketched on Turkey Hill Run on here as well. I was just gonna pull that up as well for you.
Okay.
Oops, hit the plus button here. Yeah,
Actually,
so that,
I wanted to see the one that you had up before, that you were
Sure.
drawing your 200-foot circles on. So I see a pond there and a marsh indicator. Was that looked at?
that was over 100 feet from our boundary in this area here, opposite two other properties here. So it was not.
Well, it looks like you have, you don't quite have a closed contour there, but you obviously have a pond. You know, in our terrain here, it's not unusual to have a pond and have it surrounded by significant wetland. So I guess my question stands. Did Mr. Zimmer actually get over there and take a look at that?
We did look at that, yes. I'm just gonna pull this up on Google Earth here too, to take a look at it as well.
I mean, that is a symbology for a wetland there. There's only one tough grass or whatever, reeds shown. Yeah, there's the pond right there.
Yep. And the edge of that wetland is
Oh, yeah.
likely the change of the vegetation
Yeah,
right
yeah,
about.
yeah, absolutely.
So
Got it.
get this block out of the way. Come on. This is just not cooperating.
You gotta click it.
You have to click it and hold it.
Yeah,
Aha,
there you go.
there we go. So we did look at that and we're
Oh,
coming
yeah,
up, yeah,
yeah,
it's well over 100 feet away.
Yeah, great. Okay. Any further questions, commissioners? With that, I move that we close the public hearing on this and approve, oh, wait a minute, I'm looking at the wrong, oh no, approve NRED 2327 with an order of resource area delineation.
Second,
Oh, sorry, you have to confirm whether it's accurate with modifications or inaccurate for BVW and other resource areas. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd say it's accurate.
accurate.
Okay, for BVW only?
Yes, for the BVW only.
Okay. I'll just note that it was John Zimmer's recommendation for the commission to not approve the flags on the abutting property. Do we want to just clarify that with the determination? With
Yeah, yes, right. So the determination is restricted to the applicant's parcel.
Second,
Roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. It passes 6-0-0.
Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome.
Have a good night.
Okay, where are we at? Let's see here. We're going to resume consideration of the stormwater permit 2321 Governor's Island Wharf, 1519 Lighthouse Lane. This has been continued from October 19th.
So the engineer is well, I don't know if I want to be, well, the engineer's not here. But I will confirm that per our last hearing, they just needed to submit some of the stormwater documents that we typically see with a stormwater permit. So they had included a summarized stormwater report, but we really needed the HydroCAD report plus the summary plus the long-term operation and maintenance plan. So just showing you guys the summary here, which their stormwater engineers had provided. You can see that the 2, 10, and 100-year and volume peak rate and volume events are less than pre-construction. So at least in terms of stormwater, per the documents that they submitted, it appears that the work is in compliant with well, standards 2 and 3, but stormwater standards in general based off of their summary that they had originally provided. And I can pull up the full HydroCAD report, but figured this was easiest way to show you guys.
Yep.
And we had already issued an order of conditions.
Okay, so what do we need to do about this? Vote on the stormwater permit to now that they've fulfilled all of their documentary requirements. Okay.
Yes.
So I move to close this public hearing and issue a stormwater permit for stormwater permit 2321 with the standard conditions.
Yep.
Do we have any other conditions we need to add to this one?
We had issued a handful of conditions with the order.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to make them the same or just keep that under the order, which stormwater permit kind of.
Yeah, it's as long as we're covered there, I don't see any reason to they're redundant, right?
I'll second.
Okay, Will Ashton,
Will, you're muted. Not sure.
Putting someone to bed, probably. Move,
Maybe.
come back to him.
I'll come back to him. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland.
Chris McFarland, aye.
Will, are you back?
Do you want him to abstain?
No, just
Let's give him a minute. He'll be
Okay.
back.
Hey, Will, if you can hear us, you are muted and we're waiting for your vote for Government Island stormwater permit.
we don't need his vote. You can just go 5-0-0.
Yeah. This passes 5-0.
Did Eric vote?
Eric, did I forget you?
I voted.
I
Okay.
thought so.
5-0.
Okay, so where are we now? Getting close to the end, guys.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a notice of public hearing for notice of intent 2322.
It's okay, Will.
Yeah, you missed the vote, but you could.
That's all right.
Yeah, okay, good. So notice of public hearing for NOI 2323, stormwater permit 2316, 205 Atlantic Avenue. In accordance with the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 2nd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on Zoom platform for NOI 2323 and stormwater permit 2316. Charlotte, you want to introduce our?
So we have Deb Keller from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors and Sean Papish from Strawn Papish Landscape Architecture. And we do have the applicant in the audience, 792 Jerusalem Realty, but I don't know if they want to be promoted. I think they declined. So just letting you guys know.
Take it away.
Okay, I'll start, Sean, if that sounds all right with you. Deb Keller with Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. I'm gonna start a little bit by, I guess I can share my screen if that's okay, Charlotte. And we'll just start with the plan set. We were before you. Hopefully you can see my screen now. Before you for 205 Atlantic Ave back in spring of last year, 2022, where the commission issued an order of conditions for a single family home on this parcel. Since that time, the property has changed hands. It was purchased by the applicant. And they are looking to reconfigure the house on the lot. They do still want to propose a single family home, driveway, patio, pool, retaining walls. We still have a subsurface infiltration system and rain garden to address stormwater, as well as associated utilities for the site. Existing conditions has remained the same. No work had been started on the property. So as noted, there is an opening curb cut in Atlantic Ave right at the bend here with a little sort of gravel path coming into the site. And we do have the existing tennis court still remains currently on the property. We did do and complete 2 additional soil test pits to support the new locations for the subsurface drainage systems to support the proposed project. So I can move. This is our site plan, including grading and drainage. So what we're proposing to do is, again, a driveway coming up into the site. Proposed, the light tan is the proposed single family home structure with an auto court, drive-through auto court in sort of the northwesterly corner of the property. A pool is located in the north corner of the property with patio area. We are removing the tennis court. The hatched area here would be lawn area, and I'll let Sean elaborate on it, but there is some mitigation plantings along the edges of the tennis court that's going to be removed. The rain garden primarily stayed the same. The limit of work around the rain garden, excuse me, all stayed the same. We did change and added 2 subsurface infiltration systems to collect the portion of the driveway and roof areas. One is located in this side of the driveway and one is over on the left-hand side here. Erosion control is shown in red. It follows the 50-foot buffer and then around the tennis court and up and around the property on both sides. Let's see, this was our, we maintained similar lighting packages, wall lighting around the terrace and the pool area and up the front porch area here, and again in the auto court. These fingers here are that you see here on both sides here are 3-foot retaining walls terraced to address the topography on the site. Skip that. We have an erosion control plan. So as previously discussed with the previous project on the property, we were going to utilize the tennis court during construction, since it's already impervious here for construction phasing. Once that's done, then this would be removed and planted as shown on the landscape plan. Details. We did update the tree inventory as shown here with the new layout. And I may toss it over to Sean if he wants to go through his landscaping plans.
Thank you, Deb. I could at least touch on these pretty quickly for you.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, that's the overall plan. Sean Pappas Landscape Architecture, 222 North Street, Hingham, for the record. So what you see in front of you is the kind of the overall landscape master plan. What you'll notice, Deb's already talked and discussed a little bit about the driveway coming in, the dwelling. You'll also see pretty heavily planted spaces coming all the way from the street right of way up to the structure. And on both sides, and now Deb and her team pulled together the rain garden on the right-hand side of the driveway as you're coming up, as well as Coltec systems or drainage systems that she's got also on both sides of the driveway as you're coming up. One is, yeah, thanks for pointing those out. Very helpful. And then a major piece when you'd seen the previous plan that had come before you and been approved as you get into the what you call the entertainment area, behind the house, more private area of the house, pool area, which would be very similar to what you saw before. We kind of played around with the details on that and changed a little bit of that from the previous plan. And then you have staircases coming down on one side of the pool area as there was before, and then a way to get out on that lower level. You've shown the removal of the tennis court again, as your previous proposal had, previously approved plan. We still showed, I believe that they had a lawn tennis court in place of the asphalt tennis court. We were proposing to still have a lawn area that we would still have recreation on. It's almost be like lawn recreation court also, but it'd be much smaller. So it's really some lawn area, but then heavily planted along the edges. And if we wanted to even go to the blow-ups of this, the next couple of pages, that may help out. Yeah, and that's the area we're just talking about. So we have is heavily planted around the edges with beach grasses. We have certain areas also in the other detention areas, seed mix you'd expect to see in detention basins along the other edges that we've got. Again, all native plants off the plant list provided by Cohasset Conservation Committee. I don't have to get every plant. I don't think that densely planted along the edges of play lawn in back, and again with the tennis court currently asphalt tennis. There are that would really be the only lawn other than another small area as you're driving up the driveway and right at the entry that would be on the property. So minimal amounts of lawn. Work that is in 50 is essentially at the edges or on what is the existing tennis court right now.
So Sean, over the subsurface chamber system over here, you mentioned that this is going to be, I want to zoom up here, some type of a meadow. A native meadow. Yep. So would that be planted with something different?
No, that would still be meadow. So that is meadow that we would in that area. After we build that in, that'd be a meadow mix. New England wildflower seed mix that we use from wetlands plants. Be slightly different. Some of the same species that you would have in the detention basin mix, which is over in the rain garden area that you had pointed out earlier, or to the right hand side of the drive. So it's a slightly different mix, and you can see it on the plant list there. I know you folks have seen it, or there are plenty of, I guess, similar species on both of these lists, but they're specific to their use.
Yep.
Very effective.
Okay, just one quick thing that I wanted to clarify if I zoom back out here. The pool is proposed in the north. Originally, it was proposed over closer to Atlantic Ave. Just for clarification, I just wanted to make sure we didn't misrepresent that. I did have one other photo. I'm not sure if it's going to help or not, but in speaking with Charlotte, one of the questions was trying to help the commission understand what was previously approved versus what we're currently approving or looking for approval now.
Deb, could you blow that up? I can't read that.
Sure.
The print is very small.
Oops, that's not what you wanted, right?
A bit larger, please.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get that so it's a little bit better. So the red is the previously approved building.
Yep.
And I tried my best to try to make it clear, but I was trying to hope it came out a little bit better, but you can see that the grading for the rain garden, we expanded it slightly in this one corner from previously approved, but pretty much this all matches what was approved prior. The biggest change, I think, is the flip-flop of the house. This thick outline is the previous house footprint. Obviously, the beige is the new house footprint, including decks. The other thing that changed, which is a little bit hard to see, is the previous driveway came up to the auto court that was located in this location. Whereas we did shift the driveway down a bit to try to give us a little bit longer driveway to make it up to the auto court, which they would like to see on the westerly side of the property now. I don't know if this plan helps or not, but I was hoping to try to give you a little perspective so that you could see sort of the major changes from the previously approved plan, as well as to note that we are staying within the limits of work that were previously proposed. And so I know you may all recall, we originally came in with some mitigation restoration work within the 50-foot no disturb, but that is not being proposed as part of this project at this time.
Deb, where is the 50-foot buffer zone line?
It's this, the 50-foot buffer is right here, this green line, and then it kind of disappears again because I have, those are erosion control lines that I'm showing here. Here I can hop to the existing conditions plan. So the 50 kind of runs on the upper edge of the tennis court, comes around, and then wraps across around Atlantic Ave again. And this other green line here is your 100-foot buffer.
Deb, one of the issues when we first saw this project, I don't know, it was a year ago, I guess.
Yeah, about, yep.
And there was a substantial infestation of Japanese knotweed in the southern portion, which was a big problem for the prior project. And I'm not sure how that was resolved, but where is that now, the knotweed?
It is partially, I believe, within some of the rain garden work, as well as just east of it. So it would be in this area. So the majority of that knotweed is within the 0 to 50-foot buffer. And I think that
So
was
it's still
removed.
there.
Yes, it is still there. Yes.
Okay. Do you have a project to limit that, or to one way or another control it?
It is not part of the project now, but I'm sure that I can go back to the applicant and note that as a comment from the commission.
Well, no, I mean, it's a comment because the prior project had that as an intent, and I don't think they were able to do anything with it. And I suppose you have the same situation in your hands.
We would, because the best way, my understanding, the best way to remove it would be to hand propose pesticides, which is prohibited in the 50.
Yeah.
So that it was that mitigation was removed from the project and wasn't approved last time around. You're correct.
So the rain garden will be a substantial infestation of knotweed. I suppose in reality, that's what's going to happen.
We
would
physically remove it as much as we can, just physically remove it when we're building the rain garden out and grading that area that's outside the 50.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah, you're right, Eric. It's going to be
a problem.
It's going to be problematic.
Problem we don't have a solution for, Sean. So
I know, and it's going to be very problematic. You're right. Absolutely correct. Yes. Very challenging.
Thanks, Ms. Keller, for showing us the previously approved plan. That was really helpful.
Yeah.
Gives us a really nice perspective about how this has stayed the same in many ways and changed in others. So thank you.
Some of what the challenge was on that was also trying to take advantage of views. And honestly, we don't know that the previous, and not that that's your concern at all, with your, just some, to help with at least why there was desire for change in the plan, those views from the living areas.
Yeah.
I think there's probably overgeneralized.
Your motives are not part of our decision-making process.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not as much concern. I get it.
Yeah.
John, do you have a chart with the trees you're going to cut down indicated?
Yeah, so it mimics much of what you had seen. It was basically taken from that document and modified from that document, based on what the proposed project is going to be now.
And so, yeah, so you'll be cutting how many trees and how many will you be replacing?
There would still be about 94 total proposed trees for removal, 37 of which were in the condition of Bartlett had done a pretty strong, Bartlett Tree had done a pretty strong inventory for the previous owner. Their inventory had 37 poor or dead trees to be removed. Yeah. That's in the entire property too. And so, and then Norway maples are non-native invasives. There were 26 there also. So I suppose out of two groupings, I suppose that's about 63 of which are poor or dead trees and or Norway maples or invasive.
Yeah. And you'll be planting how many, Sean?
On the tree list at this point.
I can't read it. I'm sorry. It's
okay.
Microscopic on my computer.
Is there a page, Sean, that has
Good.
your tree list?
We would have them separately on the two plant lists that we have on the two plans, where we split with the match line.
Sure.
And essentially, it's got about 26 on one, and bear with me, primarily that's right around 26 trees that we are showing for replacement on the overall property, but there will be more than that. We're working on showing the plant list from the 50 to the 100 foot, and then any of those areas that are in the disturbed area within the 0 to 50. We didn't quantify the rest of the trees, but we've probably got another 30 trees then that are happening, or 25 trees that are happening outside the 100. We did not quantify that.
So what percentage of trees?
Shown.
What percentage of trees are you removing?
Percentage of trees removing in total. Let me see. Probably about 75% of the trees, 70 to 75% of the trees. But there's probably 50 to 60% of those, actually more than 60% of those are Norway maples or invasive or in poor condition or dead.
Well, you know, there's an ordinance in town that requires you to limit the amount of tree removal. So we're going to need those numbers in full. I also recommend that we do you have is any of the property staked at this point? Any building corners or anything, any elevations at all? The reason I'm asking is that you know, this is such a steep site and it's got a lot going on. I think it's quite likely, unless there's a construction fence that limits work, not a silt sock, but an actual fence that limits activity. I think it's going to be quite likely that trees that aren't expected to come down will come down. And you know, if you're near the 70% mark, Tom, what's the ordinance, what's the new bylaw called?
Oh, God, I don't remember.
It's a site-specific bylaw that only allows
Land
for
alteration bylaw.
land alteration, so.
Is
well,
that part of the land alteration? I thought the land alteration was, had to do with,
ledge.
cut and fill.
I believe it's still for undeveloped lots. You have to protect a portion of the tree cover, and I
Yes,
I
you
don't
do.
know if it varies by zone, but 70% up to 70% removals in my head. I could be wrong, but I'm trying to remember for other properties. I think it was up to 70%.
Right. So obviously, if we're getting close to that number, I think it's critical that the trees that are to remain are protected, with more than just a silt sock, because we find on these steep slopes that, 10, 12 trees can get knocked down in one quick operation. So
Chris, we do have the detail that we're showing on that tree list that proposes that we're using some snow fence, which we've done in other towns. You can certainly have another material if you'd like to use another material.
and would that be at the drip line?
Jake, that's when you always intend to go to the drip line, and we detailed out to go to the drip line.
Yeah. So I get, snow fence, again, on these steep slopes, snow fence isn't gonna do anything if a big piece of ledge or something goes rolling down a hill. Snow fence will go down along with the tree right behind it. So I think we have to think about that.
There's gonna be some serious excavation here too, with some heavy equipment, and it just takes just a minute for inattention by somebody who's running an excavator to put a good sized scar in the trunk, break some branches, or worse. So we'd really like to see something substantial.
We had kind of developed a tree protection plan for another project on Hall Street. I can look into that because we definitely had, stakes, fencing, tree guards or gators around everything. So we definitely had a pretty intense plan that maybe we can look at for comparison, but I can look into that too, if that helps.
If there's another material, another fence type you'd like to see, certainly we'd want to talk to you about it.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and I'll just remind the commission.
Actually, it's your responsibility to propose something to us, and ours to approve or disapprove. So you're getting the message though that we want to see something substantial. So I think you guys can come up with something good for us.
We also, to remind the commission, had a condition about I don't remember the exact language. I can pull it up, but we had a condition that I walk the site prior to any tree removal and inspect all the trees that are staked to be removed and to remain. So I would encourage the commission consider that condition as well if a new order were issued.
Would it be
the other condition was go ahead.
I was just gonna say, would it be possible to stake this out at all so that we can visit the site again and see what's being proposed?
I don't see why not. What would you like staked out?
Well, I think
Seems like the trees that are going to remain requires less work than the ones that are going to go. Maybe that's the way to go, is mark the ones that you're gonna keep.
Well, from my point, Tom, I'm just thinking, I'd just like to see, if we walk the site and actually see kind of what the construction road's gonna be, where, like maybe a couple corners of the building staked out,
Yep.
just so that we can say, okay, now we know exactly where we are and it's going this way. Just something that gives us some bearing to hold a plan out there and know kind of,
where you are.
For the toe of the slope, for instance, along Atlantic Avenue, like where that toe is thought to be. Because that's where the construction fence should be, or at least, 2 feet off of that, so that nothing else kind of rolls down the hill.
Sure.
So something like that, I think would be really worthwhile.
Okay, how does this sound? So if we do the major corners of the building, the center line of the drive for access, stakes along the property line.
Is the drive going to be your access?
It follows similarly where the existing gravel drive, sort of gravel path, I would call it, that's there now. So, yeah, for the entrance into the site, and then we veer to the left. So that main entrance would still be the same. So property line and then limit of work along Atlantic Ave. Would that be helpful?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the trees that are going to remain.
And the trees.
Trees to remain. I believe the trees are still tagged, even though Bartlett tagged them with like a sort of a brownish tag, so they're really hard to find when you're out there. But we could use some nice bright pink tape to note the ones. Yeah.
Red's a great color.
So in the first round of this, it was proposed to use the tennis court as a construction staging area.
Yes.
Are you still considering that?
We are. So I can.
I mean, it seems like a natural spot to be working from.
Yeah, I think it's a very helpful option. I think that this is it. So, is this?
I mean, the difficulty is obviously moving out, right? I mean, you're gonna have to.
Yes.
Once the house is in place, then you have to move through the 50-foot buffer in order to get to the tennis court.
Yeah, I think we would still have to, I don't think we thought it completely through before, but we did have better access because the auto court was here to that tennis court. So we will have to think that through. This may be just for the initial staging, and maybe some, minimal stockpiling that can be maneuvered easily with smaller equipment, and work our way backwards. But I'm happy to relook at that, like construction staging with the applicant to see if we can come up with a better sort of step-by-step process to provide to you.
Do you have an excavation plan yet?
I'm sorry?
Do you have an excavation plan yet?
I do not, no.
When would you expect that would be prepared?
When you say excavation plan, cut and fill?
Yeah.
Or are you, okay.
Right.
Nope. I am happy to prepare a cut and fill plan.
Great.
I think we were hoping to get, some feedback from the commission, as well as we did meet once already with the large home review, and we are back before them on the November 15th. So we'll get some more feedback from them as well.
Great.
But in the meantime, I can prepare a cut and fill.
Deb, quick question. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I mean, Tom might see the cut and fill as being more critical. I really think access is the most critical thing here, because most people don't want to put a swim pool in until a house is built, and yet you're gonna have to get a concrete truck up there, and you may find that you have to have a whole new access road and such. So it's important to hopefully help us understand that, so that we feel comfortable that what you're saying is going to happen is going to happen.
Yes.
I mean, again, these very steep properties, they have quite a challenge to them, and quite frankly, the conservation issues seem to take a big hit and in the end. And so obviously we're looking at a fairly limited kind of menu that we have to pay attention to, but it's what we're trying to preserve, so it's important to us.
Yeah, staging is actually pretty critical here. You've got you've got a big structure and a small envelope. So,
Yeah, and I, from experience, I had a property that had tight access to the back, and we had represented to them they needed to work from the back out. They chose not to do that, and it took them probably a year and a half longer for the project because of exactly what you're talking about. So I'm more than happy to speak with the applicant and work up a detailed construction staging and in making sure that everybody understands how that works for this site, and that it is challenging, and it may be you have to back out of this, start with your terrace and your pool, unfortunately, and work your way back.
so there's going to be a lot of, it's going to take a lot of workers to do this, obviously. And there's really no place to park along Atlantic Avenue. It's a tight corner. There's already people that kind of use it as a favored place for sightseeing. And so parking for the construction crew is going to be critical.
Okay.
Another issue that we've seen, at least anecdotally, is that some of our Cohasset construction crews kind of like to have their Bud Light with a nip in the morning and then throw it alongside the road. So we really don't want to see a bunch of fast food wrappers flying around Little Harbor, and I'm sure the applicant doesn't either, since he's across the street. So some sort of, I guess, serious indoctrination of your crews right from the start is going to be critical. And if that requires a morning meeting every day with each element of your crew to prevent litter and park appropriately and not speed on our roads.
Yeah. And just to add to the construction staging, obviously this the land disturbance is over an acre, so we will be, well, actually, I don't think it's fully over an acre, but adding the tennis court. Oh no, I think, I'm just under it, I think. But anyways, we will, if required, need a SWIP. We will prepare the construction operation and maintenance plan, which I already set up in the stormwater report and is set up with the same framework that you would have for the general permit through EPA and their stormwater management pollution prevention plan.
Great.
And Deb, for the stormwater, since you mentioned you had already done one round with Large Home Review, did they request a peer review with stormwater as a component?
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
They
Just
haven't.
wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Are you going to have I assume based on the size of these cuts here, but a supportive excavation plan? Because like some of the other things that other folks mentioned, that's one thing that can bleed over past where the limits of work we thought were going to be, just because you have to be outside of the excavation to put the support in. So that'd be good to see.
Okay.
And the type of what if you're going to use sheet, I mean, that's deep. You might have to be doing sheet piles or something back there. So that'd be interesting.
It's going to be a challenging site for sure.
Has planning board asked you to do test pits higher up on the hill to see where ledge is?
They have not.
Okay.
Just to give you a little bit from what I recall, most of the conversations that we've had with the landscaping, with the planning board, initially was focused on landscaping and the architecture of the building to this point. So we did continue with them, and we'll be back again with them on the 15th. So I can let Charlotte know exactly any additional comments that we get from them.
Well, the land alteration, I think that's who's kind of enforcing it, right, Charlotte?
Yeah, planning is.
So. I
Planning,
mean,
yeah.
Yeah, so two things are gonna come into play. One has to do with tree removal and the other has to do with ledge removal.
Yeah.
And I think when we first looked at this project, the amount of ledge that was being removed was quite extensive, so.
So the land disturbance bylaw is for exposed ledge.
Well,
I
there,
think the way that it's written.
there is a portion that has to do with exposed ledge. There's
Ledge.
also a portion of any ledge that's actually being removed from the site. And there's a limit to that.
Well, I'll absolutely check into it. We did touch upon that a little bit with the planning board. So
Yeah.
first time around. I don't recall there being an issue, but I definitely double check with them.
Okay.
And the bylaw.
So can we maybe look to continue this and in the meantime, set up a site visit, Charlotte?
Is, so to set up a site visit and prepare this documentation, Deb, do you think you'd need longer than the next meeting, which is 11/16?
I could probably sweet talk our surveyors to stake it out next week, but that doesn't give the commission members much. It only gives you a few days to have a site visit before the 16th. If they're comfortable with that, we could try it. If not, it might be worth pushing it a couple more weeks just to give us some room to be able to schedule with everybody's timelines.
Yeah, if you've got to prepare for planning on the 15th, and then turn right around and come back to us, we'd like you to have enough time to actually
breathe.
I mean, that's a pretty tight schedule for us to go out there and visit. You guys are hitting the planning board, then the next night you're coming to us. Might be wise to go till the December 21st.
There's December 7th and December 21st.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Let's try the 7th.
Yeah.
Does that sound good to you guys and the applicants in the audience? But does that sound good to you guys? 12/7 for continuance?
As commissioners? Who you asking?
Well, oh, sorry. Well, the applicant / representative, since they're the ones who can confirm.
Right.
It sounds reasonable to me. Sean, do you have any?
Well, for us, we could probably be ready earlier, but I don't know that we could fit it all in, but you guys trying to visit the site and everything might be challenging, so it might have to kick to December.
Also, revised documents typically need to be submitted a week in advance, and that's very minimal time to turn that around.
It's pretty quick, yeah.
That's like next week, so.
Yeah.
Let's.
Do you guys have a timeline of when you think this project will break ground?
I'm not sure. Sean, have you talked with?
No, I don't have a timeline yet. No. At all.
Well, if you approve us on December 7th, I'm sure
Yeah,
they'll
you
get
just,
started right away.
Yeah, I mean, actually, we can handle this tonight if you want, Tom. We can get it done before 10. Go up for it.
Yeah, get out the dynamite, huh?
No. We don't want to-
Well, I would hope you're gonna blast instead of chip that.
Yeah, I would think so.
You're gonna drive the neighbors crazy otherwise.
I know. I totally get that.
Move along.
Okay, so we've agreed to a continuance. Do we have anything further to discuss before we close the hearing on you guys? Not close the hearing, but move on.
Continue the hearing.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments for tonight?
Not at this stage.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Tom, if it's okay, I'm just gonna quickly go through what I think are the points that we need to address.
Yeah,
just,
please.
Just for clarification.
Yeah.
So, provide some clarification and number count for tree removal and proposed trees on the site. We'll do a property stakeout, including corner building, center drive, property line, limit of work at Atlantic Ave, and trees to remain. We're going to work on establishing a detailed construction staging, including construction parking, maintenance, cleanup for that phase, as well as a cut and fill calc, and get you some information on the excavation support plan, potentially being sheet piling. And also give you an update with planning comments as we get them on the 15th.
That sounds good to me. Commissioners,
That's fine.
okay,
Sounds good.
nothing missing? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
no.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, we're gonna move right along to a certificate of compliance. This is for NOI 2322 for 22 Gammons Road.
Good news for you guys. That has been continued to November 16th.
Yippee.
Yep.
We're
Great
gonna
news.
consider,
Congratulations. Poor
Yeah,
guy.
congratulations. It gets kicked down the road.
That's all right. Kick it a long ways.
yes, so then we'll move right along to consider a certificate of compliance for NOI 2009 and stormwater permit 2018 for 90 Black Horse Lane.
Sure. So I'll just
Tell me
note,
that's
I
been
think there's a,
continued too.
huh?
Tell me that's been continued too.
Sadly, no.
Oh,
Okay,
I'll just note there's a quick typo. It's 20-08 for the order conditions and 20-17 for the stormwater permit. I have been mixing these up since I started, so I apologize for that.
okay.
So I'll pull up the as-built, and we have Jeff and Sean here for questions. I will pull up the as-built right now. And bear with me here. I need to pull up my notes on the side of my screen here, so sorry. So this one, as you guys remember, was a 2020 NOI and stormwater permit. It was revised with an amended order of conditions.
Charlotte, I'm sorry, before you get going.
Yep.
Is this the first property as you come in, or is this the second property?
This is the second one.
Okay.
So the one that's furthest up close to the existing home at 94 Black Horse Lane.
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again.
So it's the one like furthest up, closest to the existing like kind of turnaround cul-de-sac driveway at 94 Black Horse Lane. So this was the newer home, not the previously existing home. So it's the one further down on Black Horse Lane.
Charlotte, just to give us some context, can you near map that?
Yes. Sorry. Give me 1 second. I'll type in the address. So it is this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. Okay, so do you guys want this open or do you want the as-built?
As-built, please.
Okay.
We may come back to that, but
Yep. Okay, so this is the revised as-built. So I worked with Jeff and Sean to add some last minute clarifications here. So I will start with just some of the deviations that were found outside of the wetlands boundaries. So the driveway turnaround that you can see here has been switched to gravel. It was originally supposed to be a bit luminous concrete driveway all the way through. So the bottom section has now been switched to gravel with pavers and edging here. So that is a reduction in impervious. I don't know if Jeff has the total square footage reduction for this, but that is a deviation from the approved plan. Jeff, do you have those numbers? It's okay if you don't, but.
No, I don't, but while you talk, I'll check it real quick.
Okay. And so some of the grading on the driveway is just a foot lower than approved. The approved design had 18 for the final elevation, so it's just a foot lower. At the front of the driveway, there was a small kind of stone retaining wall, like a decorative retaining wall and granite posts at the front of the driveway. And there are some landscaping changes that I walked through earlier this week. There's just some landscaping here, some additional extension along this side here. And then of course, some pavers along the driveway that were all noted outside of wetlands jurisdiction. And then the final deviation overall for the site, just a lot of it's outside of wetlands boundaries, is the landscaping changes. So there was an approved plan designed by Sean, but it didn't specifically list all of the species to my knowledge. And Sean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Paragon had done some extensive planting work in addition to what was required outside of the wetlands boundaries and partially in the boundaries. So
That's
that those
correct.
are
So
the
we did, that's accurate. So we did add a large planting bed along that entire, for the most part, that entire property line added, and so that there was a nice, with the drainage swale, so that there was kind of a nice border between the two properties. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Charlotte,
so
did,
those-
Charlotte, did you say the wall out front was a deviation?
Yes.
So that's a farmer's,
one.
freestanding farmer's wall, dry laid stone wall, granite posts.
That's at the front of the driveway.
You had pictures of them on that, on the,
I do.
something that you showed. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, I can show it for pictures as well, but yeah, so it is it's I don't have the elevations for it, but
About a 30-inch height, free dry laid stone farmer's wall.
Wasn't this property originally permitted with a shared driveway?
Geez, I don't know. I know there's always been two, Jeff would know that, but I see there was always the two. There may have been at one point. Yeah, there may have been at one point, Chris. It might have been.
I think so, Chris.
Yeah.
We went out there and walked it.
Yeah, and it was right next to a big white pine,
Yeah.
which I don't see on this drawing.
There's a pretty good size. There's a redwood here, another Norway maple, a cedar down there to the right. That's an property.
I think there is supposed to be a big pine here, and I don't have the exact location in my brain, but it is in between these two driveways. I don't know if it's this. Might be this big one.
No, it's not that one. It's right
No.
at the road.
Right at the road. Okay, yeah, I think there was a big
Right
one
where it
right
says
here
sewer
where the
gate.
water and gas are right here.
Is that on the adjacent property, Chris?
If it's missing, I'm not giving you a COC, that's for sure.
That's the other property. That's not even our
Have a
property.
look at near map.
That's the other property.
So Jeff, wasn't there a shared driveway on this property?
Looking back now, I know, so this was permitted back in 2020, and then we filed an amendment in 2021, and then again in 2023. I have the 2021, 2023 plans. It was separate driveways at that point.
I think
I'm
it's
looking
this
for the
one.
original
That's
now.
not a pine.
I know, but that's the tree that's in between the two driveways.
Back up in time.
Oh, back up?
Yeah, in time. We got our time machine, Charlotte.
Yeah, I know. It's fun, isn't it?
There it is.
So this is 2020 before construction.
Chris, you're talking about the one that's right near the street, that evergreen right near the
Yes,
street?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think yeah, there's something still there right now.
Hey, Chris, you're right about the common driveway. Back when we originally permitted this in 2020, it was a shared driveway that then forked off.
I still see the trees.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are seeing it differently.
Yeah, I still see it too.
Yeah.
Still there.
So that's a nice creepy way that I look at plans.
Pretty neat though.
So those are the changes, deviations outside of wetlands boundaries. And does anyone have any questions on those?
So Charlotte, what plan are you looking at deviations from? I mean, do you have the documentation that this changed? Because I don't remember it ever changing.
So there was a minor change that we had looked at to, it was the infiltration system here. They,
I remember that, yep.
yeah, so this, I believe, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but the change was to pipe it also here,
Mhm.
Correct.
right? So the existing system was already here. We just wanted to add this additional drain. So that was the only change, I believe, correct?
Yeah, when we came in front of you this summer, I think originally we had the dry well in the northwest corner over by the spa.
Yep.
And,
Oh, yeah, it was
because of some-
here, like, yeah, in
Right.
this area here.
And because of some utilities in that area, some of the pool equipment and the piping, we moved it under the patio.
Right.
And,
And Tom and Chris and I had looked at that, administratively. But yeah, that was the only change. So it was just shifting this from here, from this landscaping area here to here. Not changing the roof drain connections or anything, just kind of shifting where this went. And still keeping the approved limit of work. But that was the only change from the 2021 amended order of conditions that was reviewed by me and the chair administratively.
So that was when the driveway changed, was 2021?
Oh, from the company driveway, that, yeah. You did that a while back, did you do that, Jeff?
Yeah, the project was permitted in 2020, and then we filed an amended order of conditions in 2021. That's when the driveway changed.
Yeah.
And then just this summer, that was that very minor drywall change.
So the commission approved the separate concrete driveway to 90 Black Horse Lane
In 2021, correct?
in 2021.
In that gravel area, it is about 1,200 square feet.
1,200 square foot reduction, okay. From the approved, well, technically the approved amended plan and the minor administration change. Okay. Okay, does anyone else have any questions on the changes outside of wetland boundaries? I see some heads. No? Okay. So the changes, I'll zoom out a little bit, that were noted partially within wetlands boundaries. There was an approved stepping stone path on the southern side of the house, that was coming from the back of the house to the driveway. That was not done, and there's just a small patio and deck right here that were added, instead, and Sean and Jeff can clarify that a little bit. This bump out here, the second story deck level bump out, is just a tad closer than originally approved. I think the original setback was 15.5 feet. I think this is a little bit closer. And then some of the trees in the 100-foot buffer, I think it was 2 trees that were kind of infested with overgrowth of ivy and everything, were removed. So it was trees like 19 and 20, like I think they were about in here, right?
That's correct.
And Sean, you gave me a picture. I can pull that up. So there were 2
Yeah,
trees that were removed
Yeah,
between the, yeah.
2 smaller walnuts that were covered with bittersweet and they were dead.
Okay.
The pictures, the spring picture, you couldn't really tell that.
Okay.
Much because they hadn't fully leaked out, but by the end of the season, they were just dead. The only foliage on them was the bittersweet themselves.
Okay, and those 2 were, I can pull up the caliper size from the original approved plan, but they were within the 50. There was a covered
Wait
entry
a minute,
porch.
whoa. You said they were within the 50?
I believe so. I can pull up the plan just to confirm.
And they've been removed?
Mm-hmm.
But did you give permission for them to be removed?
No, they had come down, landscape crew was out there, saw them dead, took them down before we even saw them.
Yeah,
So-
well, tell them all they gotta do now is replace them, that's all.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Yeah. 30-inch caliper.
Yeah,
We'll settle for 210s.
Yeah, 210s would be good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't
So
that,
there-
isn't that a 2-for-1?
Yeah, 210s for 130.
Yeah, what, they were that third. They
Was
were
it 1-3? Thought it- didn't they
they're
say-
about, they're about that big. They were that big, I think.
I can pull up a picture if
It's
it's
in my
helpful.
hand, but it's how big they were. Yeah.
Sean, Chris, I'm sorry, did you have a question? Chris
Yeah,
McIntyre, sorry.
multiple trees removed.
What was that?
There were the
I
two
thought I
trees,
heard-
two dead trees were removed.
2 dead in the 50-foot buffer. And I'll just keep going. This covered porch was added. Only a small portion of it crosses the 100. So there is a slight increase in impervious, at least for this area, but obviously noting the reduction in other areas. I had seen this on site previously, but this was this fenced area right here on the northerly property border side between 80 and 90 has all the HVAC units, the generator, and it's all enclosed on top of the drainage trench swale. And I did let the applicant know that this will be considered a deviation. This was done, you know, I can't remember when, but it was done before the landscaping work and I didn't approve of it, but it was a concern for the neighbor, but it is fenced in this area right here on top of the trench. So part of it is within riverfront 100-foot buffer. And then some of the plantings, which Sean can definitely go into detail on. In addition to what, you know, Paragon planted around the property, some of the plantings were around, they're not shown on the as-built here, but they are around the edge of the wall. So within the 50 or just on the 50-foot buffer line, and they're all native species. I think it's inkberry and sweet pepperbush, right?
Oh, but yep, sweet pepper, that's correct.
And Sean, can you clarify the totals, at least in general for the 50 and 100-foot buffers? And
Yeah, well, in that location, we had along the edge there weren't necessarily any mitigation plans required there, but we put in 24 of the inkberry and 22 of the clethra along that wall. You remember when we did this? It's been a while since we did it, but we had that retaining wall holding up that terrace, and there really wasn't anything required per se. But we planted that whole edge and planted more trees along the property line, just inside the 50 there, which were another, oh goodness, I think that total is included in that total of 46 shrubs that we added that native. We put around the border of that wall. We just planted it up.
Yeah, there were 14 trees that were required per the approved plan to be planted along this northern property border. So, you know, obviously with the generator and the HVAC units, the trees were shifted, but, you know, obviously noting that you did plant more on the entire property, but yeah, so the trees were kind of supposed to be in this area right here, kind of looping around here.
Sure, I was gonna say, I don't know that those were required. We didn't have, the previous plans had never shown trees there. We had plant circles there as a graphic. We didn't have anything really identified. So I don't know how, if it classified that or if those would have been shrub.
It just said trees proposed to be native here. So like in the notes here, it just said the trees were supposed to be native. It didn't say from conservation's list, but it just said, yeah.
So we did put.
But I believe you planted along, well, a little bit further down, so possibly mostly outside of the 100-foot buffer. It was mostly arborvitae and then maple and sweet magnolia, red maple and sweet magnolia.
Yeah, we did some of those, about 30, I say we had 31 of those.
Okay.
In total, and other vegetation.
Okay.
Along the property.
Okay. All right, I'll pull up the as-built again, but yeah, just wanted to kind of note those planting changes. And then there were, sorry, bear with me, there were just a few more, but there were around this tree here, this one, there were just some exterior small spotlights that were added around the tree and around the edge of the wall in the 50-foot buffer, and I believe those are not connected underground. Those were just staked in. Sean, or was
Yeah,
it, was it like,
They just stuck them there for the hell of it?
They were landscape lighting company came in and lit up that walnut tree. I think they like the walnut tree. So those were dropped in around it. They're uplights, low voltage uplights.
But they dug trenches to put wires in.
There would have been much for trenches, that's for sure. Would have been very, very shallow. It's
I
just
don't care. I don't care what it was. I'm getting really tired of having to come back to jobs and find out that people do what the hell they want to do. So I'd like to see, you got any photos, Charlotte? I want to
Yeah.
see, I want to see photos of the 50-foot area.
yeah, so that was mostly it. There's one more thing which you'll see from the photos, but I will just note that unfortunately I didn't get the chance to talk to the applicant about this, but there was some mowing work that was done in the 50-foot buffer, probably around the time any of the plantings were installed. So you can see from the photos, I'll let the commission weigh in on that, but unfortunately, you know, he had reached out to me. I unfortunately didn't get the chance to talk to them before it happened, but
Well,
so,
look, I'm gonna make us think about this, because this goes back before we had other houses there. This mowing is not acceptable. This COC can be issued when it grows back up to the level it was at before. This is unacceptable. I mean, this is, you know, what are we here for? Let's just shut down the commission right now. If we can't stand up for, you know, something that we talked about probably 10 times on this project, then I don't understand, you know, what we're doing here. It's,
Well,
what time is it right now?
We do have an issue here that comes up quite a lot, and it always seems to be the landscapers. Nobody seems either they're not being communicated with about what they can and can't do, or they're simply ignoring it.
Yeah.
And we just can't continue this way, really.
And it's,
I mean, this is what I was emphasizing to some extent on the last project we were talking about, which was there should be a meeting of all the contractors and subcontractors, and everybody should understand what the order of conditions say and abide by it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy for you guys to come back to us and say, oh, well, the landscaper did it. It's like, that's a dog ate my homework answer.
I understand that.
It's not, look, it's not your guys' fault. You guys just happen to be the ones that are here, but.
Well, I get it. I get the frustration. I can see it.
Yeah, but really, I mean, you're the landscape architect. You know, ultimately, all of this comes back onto your desk, and maybe you need to knock some heads together with your with your subcontractors and say, hey, keep doing this stuff, and it's the last time you work for me, or whatever.
Yeah.
It's somewhat embarrassing for us. It should be embarrassing for you to get caught sort of with your pants around your ankles. And it's just, we're tired of it.
Yeah, see, what's the pool barrier?
Pool barrier that we have there is, you talking about the enclosure?
Yep.
There's 4-foot height wall for pool enclosure. And we have railing that is guardrail.
And in that wall was staked in the field when they were building it, and it was built, you know, spot on where it's proposed.
Does that fence go all the way around the pool?
It does, yeah.
Wall does, yeah.
Looks like it stops there.
The guardrail stops past that barrier you see there.
Well, again, it's not our jurisdiction, but it doesn't meet code, so.
Yeah.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, this was issued prior to the regulation changes in 2021/2022.
Yeah, it was actually gun hunted prior to that too.
You're
talking about two different things. I think, Chris, you're talking about guardrail, and Charlotte, you're talking about pool enclosure. I think.
Yeah, like the Board of Health regulations about enclosing the, yeah.
Right.
No, what the Board of Health has said now that an automatic pool cover no longer qualifies.
Understood, understood.
But it's retroactive. It's not, that wasn't like, oh, if we said it was okay before, it's okay. That's not the case. They basically like nix that. So now you have to go back to what the state says, which is a 5-foot fence.
The 4-foot fence.
Barrier, 5.
4.
5 for residential, 6 for commercial.
It's been 4 in Cohasset. The state is 4.
The state is 5. I promise you. I've looked it up 6 million times in my life.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Anyway. Again, it's not our jurisdiction, but.
Yeah, and I mean, other than what I've noted, on the plus side, I mean, the stormwater systems were installed per plan, the site is stable, final landscaping, obviously all in, and I hate to point fingers, because obviously the plant work here was extensive, but unfortunately, Jeff and Sean, you may have seen this before, that it's not necessarily one person or the next, it's the changing of hands with the crews coming in and out, and it may not be one specific person from the landscaping company, it's sometimes it's just the crew, and by the time we look at this stuff, it's too late. I was out at the site at 80 Black Horse Lane, I think it was back in July and back in August, and none of this work was done. So at some point in the fall, it must have been mowed. Unfortunately, before I gotten a chance to tell the applicant you can't do that. So I think it's a very painful education process, especially with COCs. But it might be worth, on the commission's end, it might be worth tightening our conditions and requiring more inspections in terms of critical time points, because we kind of keep it general in the order. We don't really have specific conditions, and it's the applicant's responsibility to ensure compliance along with all their contractors. So if there's anything we can do to make this clearer and stricter, I'm all for it to be, as open and clear with these people when I meet for a pre-construction visit.
Yeah, we can't have you babysitting all these projects and watching every landscaper that goes on these sites.
That's,
You're
yeah,
responsible.
I'd have to multiply myself by probably 100. But yeah, I mean, this is the reality of the general contractor and the engineer, and obviously the landscape architect may, of course, understand the compliance, but the crews, not necessarily.
Yeah.
This is the drainage trench, by the way, that kind of loops around. It did slightly shift, but we had talked about this with Jeff, that it didn't impact runoff rate, volume, or direction. But Jeff, can you confirm it was still installed per plan with the pea stone, the fabric, and the crushed stone underneath?
Yeah, it was correct. And it was,
Okay.
it was moved. It was going to be in the yard a little bit more. They moved it a little bit more towards the property line, but functioning correctly. It doesn't actually see a lot of flow or puddling in those areas. It's just runoff, surface runoff from the lawn.
And that's it for photos. So what do you guys want to do?
Do we have a list of things that need to be corrected here?
That seems to be the case.
Chris?
Yeah, I think we need to see the landscaping the way was proposed to us. It's not complete. The project's not complete until it's what we saw approved, the plan that we approved, the all the plantings and replacement of the trees that were cut.
So this is the approved landscaping plan with the amended order of conditions. So it showed the trees here. And Sean, feel free to
Yeah, the
walk us
utility-
through here. But I
Yeah,
think this was the area and this was the area to be planted mostly.
Yeah, so the utilities and mechanicals for the house ultimately ended up on that side of the property line, or excuse me, the property. On this side of the house, there's a 12-foot wide access easement on the lower side of the house, put it there on the, what you might call the south side of the house, maybe.
Yeah.
Is a 12-foot wide access easement to the island. It has to still essentially be left without above grade structures per se in our utilities. So I know when general contractor and architect are working on the house, we place them on the other side of the house where we had more space, certainly, and that's why they ended up in that location. We added more trees along the property line. I realized a few of those are in the 50 to 100 that we added. And then certainly added, 31 or more trees along that property line and also in the front. Are you thinking that we add more trees someplace in the 0 to 50 or in the 50 to 100? Is going to be a little difficult to do with those utilities there.
I think the restoration of the buffer is important. As Chris pointed out. So if that grows back, then we'll take a look at it then, but they need to
You talking about the
establish.
meadow? You talking about the meadow, Chris McIntyre?
Yeah,
Yeah, so going back to those trees that were in the area where the utilities were installed, the proposed plan here shows about 14 trees in that area. The as-built plan, that's where some of the utilities were put there, so they're more shifted closer to Black Horse Lane. They were moved closer to Black Horse, but I do count 21 on the as-built as opposed to 14.
The difference is, Jeff, those trees aren't protected at all. You know, next week they can cut them down if they wanted
Yeah,
to.
I mean, realistically, they wouldn't though. They're
No,
creating.
I know realistically they wouldn't, but there's a reason that they're in the buffer zone for the most part, because the idea was that they were going to create a screening between the two properties. Instead the neighbor gets to look at that beautiful fence forever. And then there is no, if they die a week from now, no one's going to do anything about it because they're outside the buffer zone. So that's, these all seem like little things, but in the big picture of things, 10% of the project's changed. Like, just that's the point.
So
There's aren't actually even trees on this plan. These are shrubs. They're shown on the plan. They were noted. Unfortunately, on the engineering plan as trees. They're only shown, only a few feet wide, essentially. Only, really minimal, 5 or 6 feet wide on those shrubs there along the property line.
yeah, sorry, Sean, I don't see a key here. I'm just going by the site plan that said they were trees.
Yeah, that ended up on the engineer's site plan as trees. It's probably kind of the standard language, proposed trees on there.
Whatever.
And it really was a holdover from the previous plan that was done with a different house, I think, probably.
Yeah, they're pretty big trees too. 3 or 4 inch caliber.
In reality, we're, those are 5-foot circles, 5 4-foot circles, so and 6-foot circles, so those wouldn't have been trees, they were shrubs.
Well,
Mhm.
they were for whoever put them on the plan.
They were for, not for what put on my plan.
So I guess,
Proposing to try to get them into the 0 to 50.
No. In fact, I think they need to take the lighting out of the 50. I think that the, you know, I don't even know what to say.
Well, we do need to say something definitive. We'll be here all night and we won't be moving forward here. So let's be clear about what we require and
Tom, I'd like to continue this. I'd like to think about what actually seems appropriate.
okay,
I can't make a decision right now. It's
okay.
10:30 at night, I think. that-
So would that be acceptable to you guys to continue?
I think kind of has to be, doesn't it?
Yeah.
yes,
Even if it's not really, it kind of has to be. Right?
the other option is a
I think
denial.
look at the project as a whole, is all I'm saying.
Mhm.
So December 7th?
There's November 16th, December 7th, and December 21st.
Can we do November 16th?
Yep.
Sure.
Another long night, though. Warning.
Just put us first, Sean. Take us in first. Come on,
But COC's first.
right?
That's fun.
I know.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, agent updates.
You guys want me to go through them?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Let's rip right
Okay.
through them.
Okay. 31 35 Elm Street, I did a pre-construction site visit, inspected erosion controls, DEP
Say
signs.
the address, say the address again, you broke up.
Sorry, 31 and 35 Elm Street. They are ready to start. It doesn't look like the work's actually started yet, but they recorded the order. Erosion controls are installed with the exception of one tree protection guard that has to be in the front of the home. But I haven't seen them start work yet because the town's been redoing the sidewalks on Elm Street. I'll come back to Border Street. 76 Jerusalem Road has already started. The house has been demoed. I am inspecting the infiltration system with the engineer tomorrow. They wanted to move quickly on that one. 37 Parker Ave, which is this, it's right across from the boat ramp. They are going to start the revetment and parking lot project soon. They have all of their state permits. I met with them on site. They still need to kind of clarify a couple things and I need to inspect erosion controls. So that'll probably happen next week or the week after. Atlantica, there was some activity earlier this week. I had went over to investigate. Apparently this was a condition from the sewer commission. The sewer commission wanted the sewer line replaced. It had been shut down since 2019 and is not functional. So the sewer commission had issued a very tight deadline to cut and cap the sewer and remove the grease trap. The Board of Health inspector was out there yesterday to inspect and make sure that it was properly removed with no, residual stuff left on site. Although I will say the harbor master reported a smell. So I went over there, definitely smelled bad, but I was assured by the Board of Health director and by the excavators that they had cleaned out all of the residual sludge / water from the site and the pipes were removed from underground and the tank was removed from underground and they said they would be done with the work today. But the work on the building has not started. The work on the parking lot has not started. I still need to review the debris control plan. We are still making modifications to it. After walking the site with a few commissioners, we want to see more information. So none of that work has actually started, but just wanted to reiterate that the work with the excavator, which was posted in a lovely photo before they did that, was only to cut and cap the sewer and remove the grease trap. Anyone else have any concerns about that site? Because I'm all over it.
Good. I think we had a good site visit there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We kind of gave them some intense notes of what we'd like to see because their proposed alternative is unclear.
Yeah. So let's skip
Um,
the other updates, Charlotte.
Okay.
Those-
I will just keep kicking this down the road, but whenever, the commission wants to vote and review the new boilerplate, but given some notes tonight, I think we need to look at it again
Yeah,
with some stricter conditions.
yeah.
And then
let's
at
pick a
at the
night
very
when
last,
you're not so busy.
Hmm?
Let's pick a night when we don't have so many things on our agenda.
I will try. Yeah, the second I see an easy night, I have some stuff for you guys. And then at the very last minute, 15 minutes before 5 o'clock yesterday, I submitted a UCF grant with Open Space, Concom, DPW to basically plant trees in town. We picked some areas that are devoid of tree coverage. Since this is a small grant, we really only proposed planting about 23 trees in areas around town, like along Elm Street, Wheelwright Park, the schools. They all had to be highly visible areas, so we picked areas that, again, highly visible. So I'll let you guys know if I get that one. Right now, unfortunately, I'm 0 for 2 with grant submissions. Not happy about it.
Charlotte,
Yeah.
what is UCF?
Urban Community and Forestry Grant Challenge Grant Program. So it's through the Department of Conservation and Recreation. And it's a grant that's actually offered every year. And when you are a certified tree city, you actually can qualify for more funding. So Cohasset has been a tree city since 2020, 2021, so recent. But now I think DPW realizes that they can kind of use these grants as a means to plant trees, because their tree budget, I'll be honest, is non-existent, and it's really only for maintenance and removal. They have only planted probably 2 to 4 trees a year, if that.
Wow.
So it's pretty bad in comparison to what they prune and cut down, and what, not even counting what National Grid cuts down for all their power line stuff. So it is a problem. And so luckily we have a lot of support from other boards who want to see more trees in town.
Thank you for doing that.
Nice work.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll see if I get it, but I'm 0 for 2, so no promises.
Yeah.
So I don't have any updates.
No updates? Okay.
No.
My only 48-hour item. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tom.
48-hour item.
My only item is, I'm sorry the RDAs have been a mess lately, but there's a reason, and I think I explained it before, but I put something on the agenda for next time to kind of go over motions clearly for the agendas. And the reason why we need to be clear about this is it was brought to my attention by DEP that for the last however many decades, apparently our commission has not been issuing determinations correctly. We've only been issuing determinations under the act, not the bylaw, not for wetland delineations, et cetera. So that's why our determinations kind of have to be 2-pronged every single time. So I know it's painful, but hopefully we'll get used to it. And then we just have to be careful what applicants specify on the RDA form. So if they want us to approve the delineations, we also have to issue determination for that. Luckily, that's rare. Most people just want to know if they can do it or not. But yeah, so that's why it's really painful. And it came from an appeal where DEP issued a superseding determination for a property that, I don't know if Sanjay, you think I can say it or?
Yeah, say it.
187 Atlantic Ave. The applicant had appealed to DEP for the patio and got a superseding determination by DEP under the Wetlands Protection Act. However, given the time sensitivity, he was not able to apply to appeal to court because there was a 60-day timeline for that from the date of issuance. But the applicant may or may not come back with a notice of intent and may or may not appeal that if we do not issue, you know what I mean? So basically the DEP had cautioned me that our determination was filled out not fully. So yeah, sorry, that's why I'm being extra painful with these RDAs. It's
Don't
not
leave yet,
performing.
Eric. No,
Yep.
wait 1 minute. Don't leave.
Eric's muted.
I know, but
You're muted, Eric.
he's trying to say goodnight.
Yeah, that's probably a good thing. Then we can't hear him say goodnight.
No, I'd like to bring up the meeting for December 21st.
December 21st. Okay.
I know for a fact I will not be available. I imagine others will not be available as well. It's the Thursday. It's the Thursday before Christmas on Sunday, I think.
Yeah.
Or Monday.
Yeah.
I think we might want to consider just canceling that meeting.
Canceling it.
Good idea.
I make a motion. Cancel
Second.
21 December.
Gone.
I have a second. Tom?
Okay. Yeah.
Kathy already gave you a second. Kathy gave you
I
a
gave you
second.
the second.
Okay. Will Ashton,
Aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, nay. No, I'm just kidding. Chris Mc.
Eric.
You can
Eisenhower.
run it by yourself, Chris.
I don't know about that. Yeah, get rid of
Eric
it.
made the motion. You going for it or not?
I'm in favor of it. Let's go for it.
You mean you're saying aye?
Aye.
Chris McFarland,
Aye.
Yes, sir.
Tom Bell, aye. It passes 6-0.
Okay.
It's our
So
Christmas
cancel it.
gift
The
to
I was to
ourselves.
cancel it.
The I was to cancel.
Thank
I
you.
was to
Okay.
Okay.
Nope, that's probably a good idea. When I said the agenda, I was like, ooh, 12:21.
So now the most important motion of all night.
Thank you, Eric.
All night.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Good night,
All in
Tom.
favor, say aye.
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 Thank you
Go
very
to
much.
bed, Eric.
Good night.
Sorry, guys, long night, but thank you.
That's
Have a good
okay.
weekend.
Tom,
Thanks,
I-
Charlotte. Thank you,
Tom,
Charlotte.
I think you get a prize for having chaired the most